Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to our final meeting. Final meeting for some, Freudian slip perhaps. Final morning, I should say. But we are going to make a start. I hope you all had a restful evening. Yesterday we made wonderful progress and provided guidance and held productive discussions in respect of engagement with NDEs, including the NDE Fora, the operating manual, logistical support, and the biannual the NDE Survey Biennale. We also had in-depth exchanges on technical assistance, including presentations on a range of topics, as well as discussions on the third independent review, collaborative research development and demonstration, and gender mainstreaming. Today's agenda is equally full with several important and strategic items. Yesterday we began with presentations from various UNFCCC bodies with the PCCB. Today we continue the item on coordination with other UNFCCC bodies, as well as receiving updates on communications and outreach, resource mobilisation and partnerships. And of course we will conclude the day and the meeting with the election of the new chair and vice chair of the advisory board. To inform you that in consultation yesterday with the Vice Chair, we have changed some of the timings to accommodate those who are joining us online, as well as some people who have to leave early to get to other engagements. So let's begin with our first item for today. This is again 23, coordination with other UNFCCC bodies. And to begin with, I would like to invite Mr. Alisher Mammadjanov, who is joining us in person, Multilateral Governance Senior Specialist with the Green Climate Fund, to present for the GCF. So please, Alisher, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also for the Advisory Board and Secretariat for inviting us to provide updates from the Green Climate Fund. I will start with an overview of mandates, and as you know, support to technology development and transfer is deeply rooted in GCF governing instrument, and also in the guidance we are receiving from parties at COP and CMA, and we are guided by our board in responding to that guidance and to also deliver on our mandate from the governing instrument. I will not go and read all these details, and many of you know this, the provisions from the governing instrument. And specifically, we have there are paragraph 35 and 38 that refer to technology development and transfer. In terms of our current work and the framework for this work on technology, we have our strategic plan 23-27. We're in the middle of that plan now, and we had a target, very specific, there to support from 900 to 1,500 in that range, early stage climate technology ventures and also MSMEs by using the full suite of our financial instruments that we have at our disposal. If we go to Belém and what the guidance we got from parties in Belém, and then there again the parties instructed us in line with our governing instrument and rural policy to continue this support, including by strengthening our synergies with CTCN. And also just at our recent board meeting, which took place a couple of weeks ago, our board confirmed its response that we will indeed will do that, and we'll continue that work and to build synergies with CTCN in line with our government instrument and relevant policies and frameworks of the fund. We continue our support through the main windows of support that we have, readiness program, which also has its strategy for the current 4 years. There were a number of changes to that program. I will not go into detail because I believe it was already reported to you in previous meetings. I will just maybe note here the main change is that now countries can program 4 million that they have in one go. They don't need to go every time to request 1 million that they have. At the same time, support for NAPs, adaptation plans is still there, 3 million a separate window, and there is also a window for direct access entities, 1 million. Also for that program, we have a new results framework, and also it notes priorities of tax and CTCN and recognizes the role of TNA and NDEs, and also TNA as a policy, as a board and policy instrument. We also continue support for projects and programs in line with the strategic plan. And we are also very targeted in capturing the work on technology through our templates, and in our current funding proposal template, there is also a part where accredited entities have to explain how the project will support technology. We continue our very active cooperation with the CTCN and TAC, and my colleague actually already reported at the TAC session on this. This goes through different events, joint events, participating in each other's events, presenting there, contributing to publications, and by also strengthening our intersecretariat coordination. And of course, also there is a very good forum for exchanges with constituent bodies, which is annual meeting between co-chairs of GCF board and constituent bodies. There is one took place in Belém. That's also an important avenue for exchanging ideas how to enhance this cooperation. Also, we're capturing results on our work on technology through our integrated results management framework. Specifically, there's a core indicator 6, which helps us to monitor and evaluate our work on technology. So now, giving you a more recent, let's say, update from what was done in the last reporting period that we reported to COP in the 14th report to COP that went to Belém. We captured in that report also very extensively how we support technology development and transfer through different windows that we have. A very interesting statistic is that 83%, based on our analysis, secretariat analysis, 83% of our portfolio has at least one component supporting technology. So this is 261 projects, and you can see also breakdown of this by mitigation, adaptation, and cross-cutting. You see here, of course, there's more on mitigation side, but also there are quite a number of adaptation projects that have technology component and cross-cutting across different sectors, basically all result areas that we have in GCF. We are also, as I already mentioned, there is a deliberate integration of technology through templates, requirements, and the results frameworks. So we are continuing to, this helps us to track our support, as I already mentioned. We also work very closely with the private sector and have quite interesting also projects. I will provide some examples on the next slide, recent examples of how we work with private sector to support climate technologies. This also includes projects with equity, with venture funds, blended finance structures. On readiness support, we continue to provide support for creating enabling environments in technology in countries. And in the last reporting period, 35 readiness proposals related to technology were supported. Here are some of the examples. Again, I don't have time, unfortunately, but to go into those, but you can also refer to our report to COP. We have actually many more there, mentioned there. So in terms of the latest news, and this is my last slide, from our last board meeting, I would like to also highlight a historical decision for GCF on the regional presence. Our board decided to establish regional offices in Panama City for Latin American Caribbean, in Amman for Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Central Asia, and Middle East region. And then we will have 2 offices in Africa, in Nairobi and Abidjan, and the Pacific sub-region will be covered in Suva, while Songdo will continue to be the headquarters for the Asia-Pacific work. So regional team for Asia, better to say, will work from here, and Suva Pacific will be served from Suva. Again, that was an important landmark achieved at the last board meeting, where our total portfolios, the total number of the amount of GCF funding has exceeded, which was committed to projects and programs, has exceeded $20 billion. We approved almost $1 billion worth of projects, which will leverage an additional $2.5 billion. In terms of also continuing importance of enhancing direct access, we are very deliberate also on this, and we have also quite strong targets to meet set by our board. We have accredited 6 new direct access entities, including the very first one in Palestine. Now about next steps and how also potentially CTCN advisory board could participate in those. We will be now working our next strategic plan for 2028-2031. Also, our replenishment will be launched officially this year and will conclude next year. So that new strategic plan is for that replenishment period. Our board has already agreed on the roadmap. It discussed it at the last meeting for that plan. And we will be launching open calls for submissions. So quite soon, then we would invite also different constituent bodies, parties to make their submissions on how do you see priorities in your specific areas of expertise. So would like to also invite you to be active there. We're also planning a side event on the new strategic plan at SB 64 in Bonn. Again, if you would be there, please join us at this event. And again, just 2 examples from recently approved projects at our board meeting, which have a very strong technology component. One is called Ascent Green. That is with the World Bank, supporting renewable energy and clean cooking technologies in 21 African countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, and which will cover 42 million people. It's a very big project, which with a total budget of, I believe, about 600 million, and the big GCF investment also in terms of grants. And another project I would like to mention is supporting clean production and clean industries, and especially through investment in small and medium-sized enterprises through blended finance and equity vehicles in Southeast Asia, 4 countries. I believe it was Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and I forgot the 4th one, but I will check. And so this is through also Nevis Capitals. There's private, also accredited entities. Also a big investment. We invested quite a lot there in equity in this project. So these are just some of the recent examples, and we look forward to our continued cooperation. I actually also would like to mention, as being, of course, here and Palo office, CTCN Palo office, a very good collaboration that we have established. We actually also reported in the COP report on that, that we are working very closely, participating in each other's events. We are also using those opportunities to explain to NDEs how we can strengthen cooperation with NDAs. So basically, NDEs participate in our structured dialogues in different regions, and also our NDAs and also GCF Secretariat staff participates in NDE forums. So we find this collaboration very fruitful, and we hope to continue in that vein, and hope also to continue overall collaboration with CTCN, with all of you, and so looking forward to responding to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia. We will take interventions from members after all the presentations, and we will now move to the Global Environment Facility, and we have Ms. Patricia Marcos Udobro, who is joining us online. So if you're there, Patricia, please take the floor.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I I can see me twice.
So we'll just see if Patricia joins us. Otherwise, we can move on to the... She's back. Please go ahead, Patricia.
Hi, hello. Sorry, I got disconnected. Thank you. I can see the presentation is already showing on the screen, right?
Yes, yes, it is. Please go ahead.
Yes, great, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting the guest. It's a pleasure for us to be here today and a little bit about the guest support the technology and how we can we're collaborating with the CTCN and also provide an update on our support to technology. So we will go to the next slide. Again, the JEF has been supporting technology since the inception in the JEF in 1992. We have provided more than $4 billion in support for the years. Next one. Next slide. Next one, please. Great. It's continues to be at the core of the programming directions. The JEF is a family of funds. So we have the JEF Trust Fund, which is the main trust fund, and then we have a bunch of other minor funds support. Under both mitigation and adaptation, we have dedicated programming objectives on technology. And again, just important to keep in mind that the JEF is a country-driven fund, meaning that most of our resources they are distributed among all of our recipients. So we are currently at the end of the JEF cycle, and we will have a new cycle starting in July, and I will come back to JEF 9 in later in the presentation. Yeah, so at the beginning of our cycle, the countries, they know how much money they have, and they are the ones who decide how to spend those resources. So we have to work within our country-driven mandate. If we move to the next slide, the JEF has two different funds, one for climate change adaptation and another one for climate mitigation. So climate change mitigation is under the main JEF Trust Fund. And the main objective is to support countries to make shifts towards net zero greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development. We have two main pillars for the climate change mitigation strategy. The first one is promoting innovation, technology development and transfer, and enabling policy for mitigation options with systemic impact. And as you can see on the right side of the presentation, those are the main 4 entry points for climate change mitigation. So we work on the areas of energy and materials efficiency, decarbonized power systems, zero emission mobility, scale up, and nature restoration. And then we have the second pillar, focused primarily on what we call enabling activities, and it's basically all the reporting that is required under the UN negotiation. Is that support is provided through this mainly the area of transparency report, national communications, but also TNA. And it's just, we have pretty big TNA program with UNEP that is part of this second pillar. So we'll move to the next slide. We wanted to provide you with an example of a few of the projects which has been approved since the last meeting of the advisory board of the CTCN. You can see two big projects in China on green shipping and the cooling sector. We have an addendum to our electric mobility program. It's a big program with more than 45 countries, and we have Madagascar joining the program a few months ago. And we have significant small island development states coming in for low carbon circular solutions for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, but also a lot of them working more on the intersection of renewable energy and this clean energy system. We have one in Tuvalu, but also we have a program that is comprises Barbados and Kitts and Lucia, Papua New Guinea, Palau, and Antigua and Barbuda. We have also some approvals on digital smart grids, and then we have also a couple of projects on hard-to-abate sectors, driving decarbonization investments in such MEMS in other market. This is just few examples of the recent projects that we have approved under the climate technique. And if we move to the next slide, specifically on climate change adaptation, is hosted by two smaller funds under the JEF, the Spatial Climate Change Fund and the Least Developed Countries Fund. And as you can see in the slide, both of their strategies, they have technology transfer and innovation objectives. And this again is at the core of the strategy for both funds on our station. If we go to the next slide, we'll see since the beginning of the current cycle, 68 projects have been approved with a total value of 718 million in JEF funding. Basically, most of this is purely grant. We barely work with loans. It's basically grants. And you can see there a list of the main focal areas for adaptation. We have, I will say, about adaptation portfolio is on climate information services and early warning systems, and this is actually an area where we've been working together with the staff today and the CTCN, and we've been providing our tips and lessons learned from this project. We also have a lot of requests for climate resilient agricultural value chains. I was also working on fintech and support to adaptation to medium enterprises. And we also have a few private innovative projects through what we call our challenge for adaptation innovation. And also a few of them are CSO community-led adaptation technology solutions through another similar program that we have is called the Assembly Challenge Program. So next one, for those of you who are not that familiar with the JEF, we have we work through implementing agencies, and there's really 18 implementing agencies. And they are primarily as the messenger to transfer the resources from the business. And then at a country level, we work with the executing agencies, which actually execute the transfer implementing agencies and execute the operations. And actually, the CTCN has been the executing agency for one challenge implementation program. And that's one of the main entry points for collaboration with the CTCN, the executing agency of one of our clients. Also, the CTCN is a member of the steering committee for some of our TNA projects. And the JEF, we conduct JEF national dialogues with this usually go beyond the JEF. It's basically it's funded by the JEF, but it's a discussion on where the environment priorities for the country, where we convene all of the stakeholders, and they discuss what are the priorities. So the idea is to optimize the use of the best of the JEF resources, particularly at the beginning of the cycle. But again, this can be used also to identify priorities even beyond the JEF. And we often invite the national designated entities to participate in this dialogue and get closer to the JEF point. Next slide is just to highlight that most of this information is available in the COP report. We're currently working on COP 31st. And if we move to the next slide and the final one, just looking ahead to Jeff9. Mentioning before, we work in 4-year cycles. The base cycle will start in July 1st. So that's when countries will have their entire allocations available for their national priorities and start working on projects and programs. The new strategies, they're already available on our strategies. They still need to be endorsed by the council. We don't expect any major changes to the ones that were already. So you can see what the Jeff9 cycle and what the main entry points for the country. Again, the new strategies are very similar in terms of technical content with the previous one, and technology support and development continue to be at the core of both the mitigation and adaptation. Yeah, this is a good moment to work with the Jeff operational point in any idea related to climate technologies, and get the support from the country. That's here, but I will remain online and available. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Indeed. So we move on now to the Adaptation Fund. We had the Adaptation Fund with us in person last week, but now we have a recorded message from Ms. Elisa Gomez from the Adaptation Fund. So let's play the recording, please.
Elisa, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm actually here virtually in real time, but good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to CTCN and the advisory board. So from the Adaptation Fund's perspective, we finance concrete adaptation projects. My role at the fund is mainly to coordinate the portfolio development for innovation and locally led adaptation. Next slide, please. This is just to give you an overview of the programming to date. So we've programmed over 1.5 billion, and we have an active pipeline that is growing of over 1.6 billion at the moment. To mention that there are about 221 projects across regions in different sectors, while technology implementation is not limited to the innovation facility. This is something that is mainstreamed across the funding windows. Next, please. In this next slide, you'll see the various funding windows that are available. The board has recently raised the country cap, which is a lifetime cap for countries under the single country window to 40 million, and with the size of projects up to 25 million. Everything else is outside of that 40 million cap. So this is additional resources for programming locally led projects, innovation projects, and then we have the unique programs such as the LLA aggregator and the AFCIA program. Next, please. Of the Adaptation Fund, innovation is quite broad in its scope, keeping in mind the context in which it occurs in various developing countries. So in that perspective, innovation could be a new solution. It could be an adapted innovation from one area to another region, for example. It could be a high-tech solution. It could be revival of local ecological and traditional knowledge and indigenous systems. So it's quite broad, and the fund's funding windows are designed with small grants to pilot innovative approaches with the opportunity to scale up through the large innovation grants. But that being said, the Adaptation Fund finances innovation across the innovation cycle. So whether it's at the pilot phase or whether it's in the acceleration phase, it doesn't really matter, as long as the proposal is focusing on a strong innovation justification, and in line with the fund's policy on the full cost of adaptation. This is something that can be financed by the Adaptation Fund. The board has also signaled that it is willing to take up more riskier projects where in the program, if not all projects are necessarily successful, it's still possible to finance projects that are considered to be risky because these are pilot approaches. And as long as the lessons from these projects can inform future design, replication, or scale up efforts, this is something that the fund can finance. That being said, the board is still quite clear on the need for good environmental and social safeguards and compliance with its gender policy. Next, please. In this infographic, what we're trying to show you here is the multiple pathways for scale up within the Adaptation Fund itself. So we have our national implementing entities, so projects funded by our direct access entities, which are small grants of up to 250,000 that could be scaled up through the regional or to regional entities or multilateral entities or national entities for that matter, as large innovation grants. Secondly, the AFCEA partnership, of which UNEP CTCN, among other partners like UNDP, UNIDO, WFP, SPC, are all a part of. Any of these small pilot projects could potentially be scaled up through the large innovation grants or any of the other funding windows as they are relevant for that matter. For example, UNEP and CTCN were working on a project for Burundi, focusing on slam dams, which is in the process of being scaled up to the large innovation grant window. There is also a project for the Maldives that is currently under development, focusing on the establishment of a skimming well gallery for agricultural use. So these are some examples from the portfolio where you can see a direct relationship between how these small pilot projects can be scaled up through the large innovation grants. Next, please. So in this next slide, you can see what I mentioned, that there are opportunities for scale up, so we can move on. These are the current AFCEA programs that are under implementation. UNEP, CTCN, and UNDP Phase 1 projects are close to completion, but the rest are at various stages of implementation. UNIDO and SPC will begin their implementation very soon. The inception workshops are planned for the next few weeks. And then, of course, UNEP CTCN has been given this overall coordination mechanism or role for the AFCEA partners to enable knowledge transfer to take place, to enable opportunities to bring together innovators, local innovators with investors. So really developing a community of practice through the program for future scaling up efforts as well. Next, please. These are the projects that are currently under development, so in the active pipeline. We have a few entities that were recently, as of October of last year, invited to submit proposals. So for example, UNDP was invited for a phase 2, CAF, EBRD. So there is a mix of some of the MDBs in here as well. And of course, UN Habitat has been invited, focusing on its comparative advantage on urban resilience. Next, please. Here is some of the ongoing collaboration we have with CTCN. We've had a very successful collaboration at Adaptation Futures last year. We participated in a number of events at COP30. listed here, and we've always presented at the NDA forums, and we're currently exploring in-person participation for the next NDA forum to take place in Belize. Further to that, we've recently participated in the first steering committee meeting, so bringing together the AFCEA partners that took place in Vienna. And so, as you can see, that there are ongoing efforts, and there are a number of future efforts planned as well. Next, please. So here is just some pictures from our recent collaborations at Adaptation Futures, at the first steering committee and AFCEA partners meeting in Vienna, and some of the webinars, for example, we've done together, where we've shared learning from the AFCEA portfolio on, for example, designing competition-based programs, incubators, accelerator type of mechanisms with the Adaptation Fund direct access entities, and as well as with some of our regional entities. So it's been a very healthy approach for sharing knowledge between the partners themselves, but then also from the partners to the direct access entities of the Adaptation Fund. Next, please. So this is my last slide on some of the upcoming events. So we're going to start planning for Adaptation Futures 2027, building on the success of the last Futures conference. There is a second AFCEA program steering committee meeting that's been planned and organized by UNEP CTCN with all the AFCEA implementing entities. And further, something from the fund side, we're currently working on our next medium-term strategy, because the second one is coming to an end in 2027. So we're having a kickoff meeting already this week, which is why we couldn't be there in person. But then please expect that there would be consultations with CTCN, with our implementing partners, to fine-tune and look at some of the strategic directions the fund should take for innovation, but then also specifically for technology implementation. So this is upcoming. There is, again, possibilities to collaborate on the Adaptation Fund readiness events. We've had participation from UNEP CTCN and UNDP at previous events, and this has been really helpful to the entities, our direct access entities, to learn from the experiences, but potentially to also to foster partnerships that might take place in case there is interest to develop larger programs involving some of the small grants that have been already funded through the AFCEA program. My next points are on the way the fund has been concretely supporting the BELEM technology implementation program, notably through paragraph 8B. There is already support being provided through the UNEP CTCN Phase 2 AFCEA program, where capacity building, business modeling, financial facilitation, and support to national systems of innovation. Some of the key milestones or targets set in the program are that NSIs for at least 10 adaptation technologies are to be established or improved in developing countries. Further, also, there is an approach towards making digital public goods available globally, which can also support broader knowledge ecosystems and innovation diffusion. Specifically on 8D, on collaboration, on supporting the development of project concepts, concept notes, and preparation of fundable adaptation projects. There is support under the UNEP CTCN AFCEA Phase 2, but then also through the broader AFCEA partners as well, for scaling up or looking at scale-up pathways for scaling high-impact technologies. Specifically, UNEP CTCN's Phase 2 projects has relevant targets of at least 10 promising innovative, transformative, and locally led climate adaptation technologies are scaled up. There is also a target of at least 3 concept notes to be formulated and submitted to the Adaptation Fund to be scaled up to its large innovation facility. And of course, leveraging successful pilots in country across geographies. On the last point on para 8D, there is collaboration on fostering matchmaking, partnership building, and especially the coordination role that UNEP CTCN plays in this AXIA partnership is quite important because an output is focused on establishing an AXIA community of practice, which is fundamentally a partnership building mechanism that helps connect innovators, implementing entities, technical partners, and potential financiers. And this directly speaks to partnership building. Secondly, there are a couple of outputs focused on regional innovation hubs, and these are also more directly aligned. And the language specifically says something like establish a profile for AFCIA among potential investors. So matchmaking, connecting innovators to investors and partners, partnership building, where there is relationship creation across actors, and as well as leveraging resources. So it's a very fundamental and key role that UNEP CTCN is playing through this coordination mechanism. And on my last point, we have an ongoing collaboration with ESA, the European Space Agency. They have been very resourceful in providing information to our direct access entities on how to leverage data to plan adaptation projects. They have been invited as well to partner with us at various readiness events, and of course invited most recently to support at a readiness writing workshop we're holding on the sidelines of the community-based adaptation conference next month. And with this, I end my presentation, and I'm around to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elisa, for that very substantive presentation. So I'm advised that the representative of the SCF has not joined us. Is that still correct? Great. Okay, thank you. So let's go to questions and comments then from members. You're invited to take the floor if you have a question or a comment. The Ringo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentations. And my question is for the Jeff. Regarding the Belém Technology Implementation Program, the BTIP, in light of the guidance provided by the parties, is there any Jeff plan to respond and support the implementation of the program? And in particular, it would be very helpful to understand whether there are specific strategies, funding windows, or mechanisms being considered to personalize the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Canada, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters for the comprehensive presentations, very, very useful information. I have two questions. My first question is for the GCF. Very interested to know if perhaps from your perspective, can you provide a couple of concrete examples of improvements that you or colleagues may have seen in the operating relationship between the GEF and CTCN in the past year or so? I'm talking about things, activities besides participating in each other's events, which of course is very, very important, but I'm curious about more technical operating aspects of the relationship. Secondly, my next question is for the Jeff. One thing as a board member that I'm always looking to do is trying to find out about stakeholders' perspectives of the unique capacities of the CTCN or the unique value added. So given how much, I'm sorry, this is not to the Jeff. Did I say Jeff? I meant to the Adaptation Fund. I'm very sorry. For the Adaptation Fund. I'll just start again. I'm interested in partners such as the Adaptation Fund, which works so much recently with the CTCN. You have a unique vantage point as to the value added that the CTCN brings. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about perhaps what qualities or characteristics does the CTCN offer in the delivery of AFCIA that you see that may set it apart from other implementing entities? It doesn't mean better, but it just means what kind of value added do you see the CTCN bringing? And that would really help us when we speak to potential donors and other stakeholders about how we view the CTCN and how other partners view the CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is also an online request from a Ringo observer from Imperial College. Marta, please take the floor. Okay, so we understand she's no longer with us. She is?
Hello?
Please go ahead,
Can you
Marta.
hear me, Chair? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. My name is Marta Koch, and I'm speaking on behalf of Imperial College London as a member of the Ringo constituency. I would like to thank the Secretariat and the constituted bodies of the UNFCCC for the comprehensive and insightful presentations, as well as for their continued efforts in strengthening coordination. From a research perspective, we welcome the strong progress in structuring RD&D-focused programs and initiatives, including initiatives such as the Adaptation Fund and Climate Innovation Accelerator especially. The combination of global engagement and systematic identification of country needs provides a solid foundation for demand and data-driven collaboration across UNFCCC bodies. Pilot technical assistance projects further demonstrate progress from early stage towards feasibility and potential demonstration and innovation, illustrating how this can effectively bridge the gap to investment-ready solutions, an important area for enhanced coordination between constituted bodies and operating entities. We particularly welcome the planned collection of global collaborative data, including mapping research groups and academic networks, as well as innovation networks, and support participation of researchers in these international collaborations. This represents a valuable step towards strengthening global research and innovation connectivity across the UNFCCC ecosystem. In this context, it may be beneficial to include a structured stakeholder mapping exercise identifying research communities, innovation actors, and knowledge holders, including private sector actors and regional centres of excellence, as well as Indigenous knowledge holders and local communities. This builds on our recent research from Imperial College London, just published in Nature, which develops a stakeholder asset mapping framework for climate technology infrastructures, integrating community knowledge with geospatial data. This framework was just launched at the UNECE Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in Geneva yesterday, and will also be presented at the UN SDI Forum in New York in May. Building on this, we suggest exploring an adaptation of the CTCN Gender Assessment Action Plan framework to support community-level engagement for innovation systems through a light and practical template for participatory approaches, including stakeholder mapping and co-design of coordination activities specifically. This is further informed by recent research at Imperial College London on climate impact in extreme settings, including heatwave, floods, and droughts, which has underscored the importance of integrating local knowledge into speeding up emergency response and innovation adaptation responses. We would also encourage strengthened alignment and coordination with key cross-UN scientific and data initiatives, including UNESCO's Open Science and the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. The Group on Earth Observations work on Global Earth Observation System of Systems, the WMO's World Climate Research Programme, the UN Geospatial Network, and initiatives of the UN Global Service Centre, such as UN Mappers. Strengthening and coordination with these initiatives could further enhance the effectiveness of UNFCCC bodies and programmes. In this context, we emphasise the importance not only of data availability and sharing, but also data quality and interoperability for effective collaboration. Particularly for extreme weather climate research, where robust observational data and model integration are critical. We also note potential synergies with the upcoming UN Open Source Week 2026 as a platform to connect STCN-related activities with climate data sharing as digital public goods and open innovation ecosystems. We see strong relevance in interdisciplinary approaches work such as convergence, climate, science, and innovation as well. At Imperial College London, this is reflected in the 2025 launch of the Sustainability School of Convergent Science. In addition, Imperial's global hubs in Ghana and India provide examples of regionally anchored research and innovation collaboration models that may offer useful insights for further broader coordination across UNFCCC bodies. More broadly, the UNCTAD Technology and Innovation Report 2025 highlights the CTCN as a model for global capacity building networks, suggesting further opportunities for collaboration on innovation systems and knowledge sharing approaches with UNCTAD. In this context, it may also be valuable to align with Commonwealth initiatives, such as the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub and the Commonwealth Innovation Hub, which supports 56 countries in developing pipelines of bankable climate projects and fostering innovation partnerships. On financing for data collaboration RD&D for climate innovation, we encourage strong engagement with multilateral development banks, building on recent initiatives such as the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development's Green Economy Transition Strategy, Asian Development Bank's expanded climate lending and adaptation finance commitments, African Development Bank's Energy Access Program, and the Inter-American Development Bank's Amazonia Bonds Risk Platforms programs. Strengthening coordination across these efforts alongside joint MDB data and reporting frameworks can significantly accelerate innovation and scale implementation of coordination outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, and congratulations on the paper in Nature. So we have questions to each of the funds. Let's start in the room with Alicia, please, for the GCF.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Orly, for your question. On a more operational level, collaboration with CTCN. Actually, we have a very recent example to mention there. It's a project that was approved at the last board meeting, KCB project, Kenya Commercial Bank, which was originally supported by CTCN, specifically at the PPF stage, Project Preparation Facility grant stage with GCF. So we see this as a successful example how CTCN-TA can support project preparation that can lead to large-scale projects. So it's a project with a strong technology component. It's a rather large project, about $97 million, with $43 million coming from GCF, and the rest being co-financing. So we see there's a potential to replicate this, of course, given that CTCN interest, of course, in this. And also a few words maybe about the readiness. As you know, we had quite a substantial readiness portfolio with CTCN delivery partners, UNEP and UNIDO. In technology, 31 grants, of which 22 are now completed. However, in the past few years, we haven't been receiving any new proposals, readiness proposals. Just to say that we also have discussed this with the CTCN Secretariat colleagues, that it would be very interesting to also extract some lessons learned from those grants, many of which, as I mentioned already, have been completed. And we're also discussing exploring potential interest in continuing bringing readiness proposals to GCF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's go to the Jeff now. So Patricia, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as for the question related to the learning implementation program, yeah, the GEF remains available to support the LEARN my implementation program within, as I was mentioning before, most of what we do on climate change is technology related, so there is a wealth of lessons learned and experiences at the GEF, and we are happy to collaborate with the LEARN implementation program, always within our.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia. So finally, the Adaptation Fund. So Elisa, please.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. CTCN's biggest value add is the tailored technical assistance that has been provided through the AFCIA program, specifically in helping the fund as well meet its innovation mandate. Innovation is one of the strategic pillars of the Adaptation Fund's medium-term strategy and will be as well going forward. So really, the work that CTCN does in terms of mobilizing locally led approaches and as well as mobilizing its global network of technology experts to then design and deliver customized solutions that are essentially locally led is one of the biggest advantages. Further, through the AFCIA program, we've been able to leverage CTCN's expertise in some of our readiness activities as well. We've seen this through our innovation focused events, writing workshops, innovation conferences. So again, fostering that communication. While CTCN works via its national designated entities for the Adaptation Fund, each country has its focal points, which are the NDAs. So through the Phase 2 program and with some of the learnings from the Phase 1, we've seen a much more targeted approach to get the NDEs and NDAs to speak much earlier on in the project design phase, for example. And this directly then links with the Adaptation Fund's efforts for potentially scaling up some of these locally led small innovation pilots. These would be some of the most important points from the fund. I would say that based on some of the small grant projects that were financed through CTCN's UNED CTCN's Phase 1 project, we can really see these examples of locally led approaches for technology transfer, development, innovation, which is again something that is a strategic priority for the Adaptation Fund. Locally led adaptation is mainstream throughout its funding operations. It's something that is a strategic priority for the fund going forward as well. So CTCN has definitely contributed to then also connecting partners, but then also building that evidence base through these pilot projects under APSIA Phase 1 and then now building on that through Phase 2. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Alisa, and thank you to all of our presenters. If it is pressing, you're very welcome, Victor. Thank you for your flexibility. We have come to the end of our time for this item. So again, thank you to both presenters who joined us online and Alicia in the room. It's much appreciated. And we move on now to item 24, communications and outreach. In this context, the context of the communications and visibility strategy for 2024 to 27, we invite the CTCN comms team to report on activities since the latest AB meeting and to present the communications and outreach activities reflected in the latest AOP report. So Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you kindly, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting on communication and outreach activities, as mentioned, according to the AOP report, but also we included some of the insights that happened since the last meeting, including in 2026. So in total in 2025, we had 14 press releases published. We also developed 19 stories which were published both on CTCN website and external with some of our partners. And we have developed 9 articles that you probably saw on social media. All those articles are published on external platforms. And on the right, you can see a snapshot. It's a snapshot of our website, if you don't know how it looks. And it reflects on all the stories that we worked on in the past year. So in 2025, in total, we had 30 newsletters issued. Why 30? Because we also started developing more targeted communication with NDEs and network members, and the number is increasing. But in total, if we go to the big monthly brief newsletter that all of you receive, we had 12 of them in 2025. We keep sending them, as you see, monthly briefs, so we keep sending them every month to all the subscribers. And for advisory board members, once you're nominated, we add you to the list. But if you don't receive that, please let us know, so we will ensure that you are included in the list. On average, we had 56% of openings of the monthly brief, which is still high. The number dropped a bit, and we are trying to assess basically what content works better and what is less of interest to the audience, but the number dropped only by 4% compared to the previous year. We also have increase in subscribers, and in total, as of the end of 2025, we had more than 13,000 subscribers, 13,135. On the right, you see a snapshot of all this, and if you want to go in detail, we will publish this presentation shortly, so we can basically zoom in and see more of the statistics. Now about social media overview from 2025 perspective, you can see big numbers coming in LinkedIn, and this remains the biggest platform for us to communicate on social. But to note here is on Facebook, almost in all numbers, we had an increase on average of 35–40%. This is a good positive sign because Facebook is becoming more active for our audience. We also take note of that, and we try to explore what different type of content compared to LinkedIn we could basically integrate there. This is just type of content that we usually post, and I'm pretty sure you all are familiar with that. We, of course, report on events, we share the stories, we share podcasts and announcements, of course. If we have an event, you will see, as per tradition, we will usually announce it once or twice on social, and then we have post-event communication that will be already like reporting on the event. Okay, now we go to website analytics, and here also, notably, we had increase pretty much in all numbers and visits. They almost reached 1 million in the year. What I would like to pay attention here that we had increase of users coming from Eastern Asia, and we also had quite an increase in network application page. More people are visiting, more people are interested, but also, as you remember, CTCN has integrated WIPO Green Technology Database, and it also became one of the top visits in 2025. Media monitoring, in total we had, of course, we had an increase comparing to 2024, it's plus 64.3%, and we had in total 1,341 media mentions. Most of the media mentions come also from different platforms like small blog pages. There CTCN is mentioned because of the event happening in the country or the technical assistance delivery, but also quite a number of media mentions you will see in the later slides come from events that CTCN delivers globally. In the number of daily average, it might be kind of surprising to see that it's 43 million, but it counts the platform, the media monitoring, it counts all the people that visits all the platforms that where CTCN was mentioned. This is one of the snapshot. As mentioned, we report also on the activities of 2025 as per IAP 2025, and this slide reflects on Asia and LAC ND fora that my colleagues reported in more detail at the last AB, but here just to mention that we had more than 20 media mentions for both. In languages were different. For Korea, we had in English and in Korean, and for the LAC forum, we had also both Spanish and English media mentions, and this is just a snapshot of the media mentions. This is more recent. This is the media monitoring for the NDE forums in SIDS and Africa. And again, we had 22 media mentions, and the languages were different. We had English, French, Arabic. Maybe here to note that while for Africa, we focus mostly on national outreach in cooperation with the Tunisian government. In SIDS, because the forum was hosted in Australia, it was harder and more competitive to reach out to media. So what we did, we basically started reaching out to all small island developing states, to their media. And here you can see a snapshot from Nauru, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and Nauru, and Micronesia, if I'm not mistaken, is also here. So it was quite a successful campaign, which we will try to continue and reach out to media locally. These are just our stories where we also highlight, we keep monitoring CTCN in the media monthly. And if some interesting stories pop up, we of course say them, and we analyze why the story appeared. Is it a technical assistance or event happened at the same time as some other global events happening? So this is just a snapshot of all these media mentions, and you can see that it's mentioned in different contexts. Like with the Spanish article, it was in line with the LAC Climate Week happened in Panama. On the right, you can see a snapshot in context of the SB event happening last year in June, and here we have both technology mechanism and CTCN mention. And on the right, it's the story from St. Kitts and Nevis that was picked up by one of the local media. Okay, now jumping into CTCN at COP. We had many events, and I'm pretty sure you remember and you visited many of them. Let's just jump right into the next one. In total, we had 8 events. We released 3 news articles. To explain why we had less news articles than events is just because around COP it's getting more competitive, so we prefer to communicate through social media, so the stories are more shared in that channels, because through media the message might get lost. But in total you can see the number increase in social media. It was 21. We had 2 newsletters per custom. We sent 1 newsletter before COP and 1 newsletter after COP, communicating the results and outcomes of the conference. In total, calculating the social media platforms only and CTCN website visits for the period of COP, we had more than 50,000 people total outreach. To highlight and to finish the COP segment here is that we had a high-level event with the participation of European Commission, EU Special Convoy for Climate and Environment, and we also had Inger, UNEP Executive Director, participating and joining the panel. It was quite popular event, and we saw many people sharing it on social media and tagging CTCN, UNEP, and EU Climate. Jumping into storytelling, just briefly on 2025, it was quite a big year for storytelling for us. We had quite a number of stories, which we will go more in depth now. In 2025, the focus, just to give you an overview, the focus was to showcase impact, but the big focus was also on programmatic storytelling, which is adaptation fund, and we also had EC Climate Change and Security Program concluding, so there are also numbers of stories coming within that program. Then we go on to next slide. Yes, to sum up, we had 10 videos developed and 12 web stories developed. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with them. Also, at the last AB, we showcased already quite a few videos, and we also shared the web stories with you through newsletters and through social media. But here, I will ask my colleagues from the IT to play the video, the most recent video, which focuses on the story of Burkina Faso.
Wakatanga tonanam sawoto wakirika bede tonanam sawoto ne kama haliti watitanya kati ton pam nanya ton paraba ton sinama hadam.
In rural Burkina Faso, most work is done by hand under a scorching sun.
Aujourd'hui, nous vivons ce qui est le changement climatique. Au Burkina, nous vivons de plus en plus la chaleur.
With only around 3% of the rural population connected to the electricity grid, many have no choice but to rely on costly, polluting fuel to ease the burden of manual labor. Without energy, transport slows, processing stalls, and value is lost before products ever reach the market. Yet in one of the sunniest regions on Earth, the energy is not absent, it is simply left untapped. Here, in Bazuli, a community-based solar platform set up by Sahelia Solar is changing that.
Sahelia Solar essaie de mettre en place des mini-centrales solaires pour pouvoir électrifier ces zones qui n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. Bombe zini fine energy solar to italan tumalam.
The grids bring power to homes, farms, and small businesses across 1 square kilometer, unlocking shared tools like electrical spice grinders, fridges, bottle sealers, cargo tricycles, used by the whole community. A pay-as-you-use system removes the biggest barrier, which is cost. No upfront payment, just energy paid for as it is used.
Akanam haton uson the tower ton on dagaman nesaba. Set machine vini eluza suvi.
With electric tricycles able to haul 600 kilograms across 100 kilometers on a single charge, farmers can go farther, carry more, and reach larger markets. Running 2 to 4 times cheaper than petrol vehicles, they also cut costs on every trip.
Avec des singes là. Ouais. Si tu payes essence là, on peut pas aller à Ouagadé. Ça peut pas. Avec ça là, on est content.
Grinding, sealing, and refrigeration turn raw harvests into higher value products that last longer, waste less, and earn more at the market.
Energy solar yinga songram man pam frigo manda kor bisape glace jus yaourt pina la karam kazer man ndoko energy solar wa tiapi pam na ngora bilu tikar mam rikra ngora ndar mam kaman dat niba.
Shared machines spread the cost, widen access, and turn electricity into something bigger than individual gain, a resource that brings the community together.
Tun da patar ba mola ton pa mana. Tun na wigar minga na taba antumi ta yinyuro ne tondo. Ton data meti tenga paraba fa. Watun wele machine kanga.
Le modèle que nous avons pu mettre en place marche. Là, il est question maintenant de déployer cette solution sur l'ensemble du territoire.
Solar turns the pressure of the harsh sun into power, connecting communities to markets, to each other, and to a more resilient future.
Nous vivons tous le changement climatique. C'est le moment idéal d'investir dans les énergies propres pour pouvoir impacter positivement le monde que nous avons.
Every fraction of a degree matters.
Thank you. To continue on this slide, also to highlight, again, the presentations will be uploaded and you can click on each story if you want to have a recap of that. Going into next slide, also talking about our opportunities mentioned earlier, we tried to collaborate it with several platforms like SDG Action, Environmental Finance, and we tried to publish op-eds, blogs developed by CTCN personnel or by our CTCN Advisory Board leadership, and we hope to continue that and increase the numbers of collaborations in the future. Jumping into knowledge management, also you might have noted that we try to have a more creative approach to knowledge management products that we develop, and here you can see fact sheets and roadmaps are developed for several projects, and this can be used by network members, by NDEs. We also look into how some of the interesting insights from these fact sheets we could integrate into social media or the stories that we share externally, as mentioned, like blogs and our products. I will not be going into detail in here, but just also to highlight, you already heard in TA and AFCIA presentations that we had launched 2 impact reports, and we also had events associated with that. So the first report was launched at the end of last year, which is Climate Change and Security, late December. You probably remember a catch-up of stories coming out on social, and the event was held. And for AFCIA, we had it in the beginning of this year. And to end up with the plans, we will, of course, continue working more on social, on our stories, and trying to explore more and more collaborations with the media and external online platforms. But also here, allow me to conclude with a message that we also rely on all of you because, as you can see in this presentation, some of the local media outreach was possible through the partnerships with our NDEs, advisory board members, and if you have something in mind we could work together on, please reach out to us. Thank you. I conclude with that. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, and it's great to see the growing communications reach of the CTCN and this storytelling, which is so powerful, showing how the CTCN is putting people first, building a better future. So the floor is open, colleagues, to members who wish to reflect, and then after that, observers. But any members, you're welcome to request the floor. The Bingo constituency, please.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's just congratulations, actually, because it's been, since I started, we just started discussing about the communications efforts, and I can see that the newsletter, the storytellings are out there and are making the message of the CTCN work better. So congrats.
Thanks very much. Next is Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, Anastasia, to bring me in my country for a few days, for a few minutes. I am very happy to listen our local language. Yeah, I would like to appreciate what you have just shown about on my country, the project, and also appreciate the work done about communication. I can notice also that in social media, we saw that there is a progress. This is something very well appreciated. Thank you.
Very much. Canada, please.
Yes, also mainly I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation and the excellent effort. We see constant improvements year over year in the way the CTCN reaches out. I also found it interesting. I like the strategic approach that you take. Sort of, you mentioned that at COP, you don't really try to compete for news media space where you know that it's such a crowded space. So you sort of put your eggs in the baskets that make more sense, and social media is where it's at. And I really I think that's great that you're using these strategies that make sense, and given especially your limited capacities, right? You're a small team. So, and all the social media posts, we all try to amplify them, including all the great stories that come out. So no specific question, just kudos. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden next, please.
Thank you, Chair, and kudos also from Sweden. And just to echo what everyone already said here, so super well done, and especially these videos are very powerful, and so I encourage you to do more of them. So I wanted to ask you, I mean, great to hear that you had expanded your reach in several channels and so on. So I wanted to ask you which kind of comms that you're making in different channels, and yeah, also at different times, at different events, etc., that you find most efficient. It could be for different purposes, either for attracting new network members or receiving more TA requests from countries, or establishing strategic partnerships, etc. Have you identified any specific comms that work better, and have you also seen concrete results? Perhaps it's hard to measure exactly, so it was because of this one comms that we did something else, but could you elaborate a little bit on that? That would be interesting to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Ringo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to echo my colleagues with the congrats. We had an event together at COP, and unfortunately she wasn't there, but she was very, very supportive, even with all the craziness and the time zone, and Ariesta was in the middle of all the things, and still it was a great event and a great partnership, so thank you. And thank you for all the work that CTCN has been done.
Thank you. The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add my congratulations to Anastasia and the comms team, and commend you for the excellent work, particularly the video that we saw of Burkina Faso. I learned a lot from this video that can really help me connect now with my Burkina Faso colleague Traoré and understand her a bit better. So that was wonderful. And despite learning new things about Burkina Faso, I saw many things that resonated very strongly with Papua New Guinea and many common attributes and challenges and solutions that this video portrayed. So I think this is excellent work, and a couple of observations that I would like to make is that when we have these events like the COP and the SBs and the NDE Fora, it is really critical that we can have some comms support there. At Belém last year at COP30, we unfortunately were unable to bring Anastasia or any comms person, so it was on the advisory board members and the director who were there to try and cobble together our own comms strategy, which, while sufficient, would be nothing compared to if we had our own comms person there. And I know we have budget restrictions and travel obstacles to get to these remote locations, but if we could find a way to bring comms support to all of these conferences, I think it would really benefit the work of the AB in many ways. As we see, we can get excellent product if we have the right processes in place there. And just one thing from earlier in the presentation, we seem to see a lot more engagement from the United States. I'm curious, do we have any understanding as what could be causing that, or maybe how we could utilise this increased interest? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Georgia is next.
I couldn't miss this opportunity to congratulate you on this excellent work, and also thank you for taking into account all the suggestions done during the previous AB meetings. About the COP, so I had an honor to moderate the event at COP30. It was an event for climate solutions for SIDS and LDCs, and it was quite well attended. And I just wanted to say this because it is a luxury to have a well-attended event during COP. And also it was good to hear from the primary sources, like from the representatives of these countries, and it was quite a good showcase. About the videos, I also, what Sweden said, I would like to encourage you to do more communication materials like this, because this is a proper storytelling, especially the stories that we would like to tell about our TAs, how we are reaching the people and the places that need our support the most and need the support the most, and also this human face and the benefits of the work that we do. So, and also what I would like to echo, especially what Orly said about the constant improvement. So thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Dominican Republic, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to congratulate the team and thank you for that wonderful presentation. It's important for us that are new to this track and in this room, because you just can see clearly what has been done, and this is, I believe, an effort that can help us also communicate better what we're doing in these meetings and how to actually focus the objective of what we are working on the ground. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I'm waiting for that presentation to start clicking on all those references, and I know we're going to have a great time on that. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Pakistan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've never seen the developed and the developing world so united in something. So I think you must be doing something right here. No, I just want to join the outpouring of emotion and appreciation that has been rendered onto you. And I really wish you all the best. And as they say, seeing is believing. So continue doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. The Tech Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to join all the AB members in congratulating the CTCN on this very professional approach to communication and outreach. It's really paying off, so well done, and thank you. I think, as everyone, I've been particularly touched by the human, very concrete dimension in the videos. But I have to then come back with a less attractive question. How is your communication and outreach reaching out to policymakers? So I did appreciate your presentation, but I think it would have been interesting also to understand among your target audience as well, who are your categories of target audiences? And so the policymakers, I understand, would be present during the SBs and the COP events, amongst other stakeholders. But maybe in the future it'd be interesting to have a particular focus on policymakers. Of course, talking from a tech perspective, you know, they are our principal target audience, so it'd be nice to also be able to have information on how you're reaching out to them. And a very general question about language, of course. So first of all, are the videos translated into other languages? And then in your analysis of the media coverage and the social media coverage, how many languages are you able to track? Thank you.
Thank you. Belize, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to follow suit like my other AAB members in firstly congratulating Anastasia and the team. I think we understand the importance of communication on outreach, but we don't really understand the difficulties in trying to get the right message across. I was very impressed with the products showed today. We know throughout the different media pages, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, we might be able to capture a little piece here and there, but I think the presentation really highlighted the overwhelming work that goes into all of these products that you have to do on an annual basis. And like the Vice Chair, coming from the energy sector, that video really meant a lot. It starts to, you know, ideas are popping up. How can this video translate to maybe a similar local context, like in Belize, whereby we're facing a lot of the rural issues for electrification and trying to humanize that message of what it means for people. I think we take for granted what other developing nations, as well as just having access to power means for people. So getting that message out is very powerful. Secondly, I would just like to maybe recommend that you could maybe have additional work in terms of linking with NDEs or other NDAs on the ground. Sometimes the NDEs and these bodies also have communication plans that you could maybe leverage, whether it's their own communication teams and products. So there is a bridge both from the CTN down to maybe the NDEs, but also the other way around. So maybe just looking into that as a potential avenue to get more outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden again, please.
Sorry to come back. I just wanted once again to specifically congratulate the CTCN for the work that you did with the Swedish event at COP. So I know a lot of work was put down by many people, Anastasia and Julia, and especially Isabel, I know, put a lot of work into this event. So I would especially like to highlight that. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. So we open to observers. Asha, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Anna, for that very beautiful and good presentation. Really, when I was attending to your presentation, I started imagining, you know, people have a tendency that Africans don't want to read. So when the way you are communicating, it caters for even the lazy ones. So when you bring in videos, people love watching videos. They really don't want to read the details. I always have to shout with people to read. So that is very beautiful. But one thing I also was thinking about, I always see World Economic Forum and the World Bank always have live sessions on LinkedIn. And I see CTCN is active on LinkedIn. So maybe we could also try to adopt that, to have those live sessions of dissemination. Also, it could be on the Twitter space, so X space. And then I also was trying to look at the fact which Celine raised, that how does my boss, my permanent secretary, who is rare on those social media handles, get this information? Because when I want to reach him, I want to have a soft spot when I have a soft landing when he already has the information. Like maybe we could do those periodic targeting of sharing with the and packaging information according to the category of our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a number of questions amongst the general adulation. So back to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is dearly and truly appreciated. This is the work of the whole team, as you say, even those that you don't see here with us today. And they're probably sleeping because it's 3 a.m. in Europe. We really appreciate that. Just to respond to a couple of questions that's been asked, what is the best content and what works for us? In terms of more, let me put it that, boring content, it calls for experts. It's quite popular on social media, it's quite popular on website. These are well-attended pages, very engaging posts, but I think they're still boring because they have very limited information about the bidding process that people have to apply for the TA. But we of course share it, and it's just quite specific. One of the engaging and I think interesting type of content that we tried to introduce in 2025 was carousel posts, where you have to swipe through the story. So then we developed something, we try to catch a couple of insights, we put it on a fancy visual, and people have to go through the story. On Facebook, then when you see all these videos, we also shorten them for Facebook and we put them in the stories on Facebook. So people also are engaged in there. It's more popular than just posting a regular video on social. So this would be top 3. We of course test, and you can see that sometimes some things are ghosted, some new things appear. So this is what we do. We try to test. Do we put the link in the post? Do we put it in the comment? All these things, this is how we test and how we understand what people like more. Why USA is on top? That's a good question, though. I'm not sure we can answer that. What I could only say that if you check what is the most visited page by people coming from the US on the website, it's the homepage. So even that doesn't provide us answer because it gets lost. So we don't know if they go to network, if they go to the TA, if they go to news and bidding. The homepage, it's just then you open CTCN, it has the whole menu. So unfortunately, I couldn't answer that. But if anything shows up, we will keep it in mind and report on the geographical balance on the website in the next meeting. Thank you. All the notes are taken for the ideas. Thank you so much to collaborate on the NDEs and new content, live streams. We have taken note of that, and we, of course, will try to see how these things can be integrated in the future strategies of social media, particularly. To answer Celine's questions on how we reach out to policymakers, we try to portray people on social media. Unfortunately, of course, we cannot provide you a 100% clear portrait of who we reach out to. But LinkedIn, of course, is more professional communication to us. And language of the use for LinkedIn would be slightly different for several posts, including stories, the way we communicate stories. This is how we perceive that this is more, not average, but more knowledgeable and more professional and audience that we reach out to. Also on LinkedIn, if we judge on the engagement during at SBs and COP, we would have more people engaging, which would also put us into conclusion that these are the people who make the decision, right? The policymakers. We could look, and we already started working with UNFCCC on cross collaboration, how we promote their products, and we can try and see how we can do more and analyze what is the engagement, then we post and share the products from UNFCCC. Maybe we can see if they're interested, we could develop a social media campaign and also analyze that. On language, the last question I have is that we always use for website and social media automatic translation, which is not the best option. But for some targeted messages and stories, then it's really needed, like for the fora, for instance, we can post in 2 languages. With the case of Facebook, it allows you to do so. You can post in different languages. So everyone who has their setup in Spanish would see this post in Spanish. If you have it in English, you will see it in English. But with LinkedIn, you would have to scroll down all the way, so it doesn't pay off, unfortunately. That's why we have to use more automatic options for that. And I think this was the last question. I hope I didn't miss anything. Yes. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks again. And yes, Victor, please.
It's already on. Are we not ahead of schedule? Just checking. Because last time I deferred because I felt like you wanted to move on, but it seemed we were ahead.
We're funnily enough, we're behind. So we've updated the schedule, and we are 15 minutes behind the new schedule. So as I mentioned in the morning, just when we started, we changed things around a bit because some people have to leave early and because some people are not available online at the times that they might have been. So we are behind, but please don't let that stop you. If you have an intervention, please go ahead.
It's my last meeting, so I feel like I have to say this. And sorry, I missed the reference to the U.S. because I left the room to catch our GCF colleague. But I think I got the drift that it's there's more traffic coming from the U.S. Well, maybe that sort of supports what the conversation what was about. You know, we all know the Trump administration has pulled out twice now of the Paris Agreement, but even during the Obama years and the Biden years, there wasn't that much money coming, right, to the convention's climate funds. $3 billion, I think, since 2010, which is nothing. And what we saw is they don't fight for that money. In fact, as I learned at a standing committee on finance meeting, like they don't talk to Congress, really. There's no proactive strategy for them to go out and get that money, like we see them do when they need military money or bailing out banks, right? Where there's a will, there's a way to find the money, and you don't see the will, even in our Democratic Party leadership. So what we're doing right now is starting to build a grassroots base and an understanding of why these funds are important. And maybe that's an indication, it's my sense that there is an interest at a popular level in the US to support these things, but most politicians, like, I won't go into what the Democratic Party elite are thinking and deciding, but, you know, all Americans hear usually is no checks for China on Fox News, right? Because that's the only place they hear about the Green Climate Fund. They don't hear any progressive media or CNN or these things talking about the importance of these funds. So I'm wondering how we can leverage those things. We're starting with what I think are the core constituencies of young people who care about these things. So I'm wondering how we're reaching universities, right? So many young people want to save the planet, and they're even the engineers, like they want to contribute to that. And so how, through their programs and their LinkedIn pages, are they accessing things? Churches, the faith community broadly, right? Multiple faiths are caring and wanting to mobilize and support funding for climate. And also communities of color, right? Black, brown, indigenous people. It's their relatives from the global south who are feeling these things. So they're a likely constituency. And it's sort of those three that are really like what I call the Biden base or the Obama base. It's like that is the Democratic Party base, but there's no real organized constituency, and they have no real champions carrying this in Congress, which is really who decides who gets the money, right? It requires leadership from the executive branch, from the White House, from the State Department to go make that case, and unless they don't hear it from them or they don't hear it from their constituencies, when the budget fights happen in Congress, they give in. You know, the first thing they give away is climate funds because there's nobody holding them accountable, and they don't really get a sense that there's a constituency fighting for these things. So what the comment, and I'm sorry I didn't say this when the other representatives from the other funds were here, is we would like to engage with a more grassroots strategy of educating people about the importance of the funds and not go around Washington and reach like real Americans and the organized networks that exist already and are interested in these things but don't really have access to the information. And I think that's how we build a power base in the US to support funding for CTCN, the GCF, and the other climate funds. So I just wanted to share that in the context of congratulations, by the way, on the communications work.
Thank you very much, Victor. And much of what you said is relevant to our next item on resource mobilizations and partnership, but I wonder if the Secretariat want to reflect on the communications element, particularly reaching young people, diverse communities, and so forth?
Just a brief response to reaching out to new audiences. On Monday, the first day, you had presentation on the network engagement strategy. As part of it, we also discussed with the network engagement team that we will try to make more collaborations with the network and to reach out to new audiences for them. So hopefully, maybe by the end even of 2026, we will have maybe a pilot campaign with the network members to see how we can also leverage their channels and their social media to reach out to more people, just to address that. And then we can analyze what kind of audience we can reach out for them and what are we still missing. And yeah, this will be still in the future pipeline. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you. Just to be complete, Usher, are you asking for the floor again, ma'am? No. So let us now conclude this item. We'll take a break for 10 minutes, a coffee break, and let's be back here in 10 minutes for our next item. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome back from our final coffee break and to the penultimate session, I believe. Hope you all had a good break and enjoyed some of our last moments to socialise informally. Thanks to the Chair for doing an excellent job with this morning's agenda, and I'll be picking up now and moving on to item 25, which is resource mobilisation and partnership. And this is something that is a really strong focus of the AB. We're always trying to keep the coffers full, so to speak, and engage our funders and our donors. As colleagues will recall, at the 22nd meeting, the Advisory Board approved the resource mobilisation and partnership strategy for 2023 to 2027 and agreed to include this as a standing item on our agenda. This reflects the importance of engaging parties and partners and of maintaining transparency on the performance of the Climate Technology Centre and Network in mobilising resources. Under this item, the Secretariat will provide an update on the implementation of the strategy, including key achievements and lessons learned, as reported in the 2025 Annual Operating Plan report. We'll also hear about the planned resource mobilisation efforts for 2026. With that, I invite Julia from the Secretariat to introduce this item. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. If I can get the... Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. So as usual, this presentation will cover the strategic action areas as per the resource mobilisation and partnership strategy, except for the strategic action on communication, which had its own separate presentation, as you heard now, and the one on joint resource mobilisation and partnerships, where I gave a brief update on Friday. Just very quickly on the communication one. So as you've all also mentioned, communication really is, the most impactful tool in resource mobilisation toolboxes. So human interest stories really go a really long way when pitching to various donors. Sorry, just before I go to the next slide, this presentation will actually also end with our lovely Resource Mobilisation Task Force Chair here next to me, giving a short presentation on the ongoing deliberations that are taking place in the Resource Mobilisation Task Force. And this is really just anchored in the necessity of seeing how the resource mobilisation strategy, which was implemented in a few years back, how we can best make sure we provide all the strategy, we work on all the strategic areas in this new environment we are facing with less funding available. And we also have a lot of new advisory board members, so it's good to have a refresher on the considerations under which the RMP strategy was formed, and as I mentioned, how it would potentially need to be modified now under these new challenging conditions. So as mentioned also during the director's presentation, we are now very appreciative of the continued engagement and commitment of our existing donors, which is really not something we take for granted. Your continued support is what makes the CTCN continue performing, and while we realise that the funding landscape is continuously shrinking, we are adapting to this by doing as much as we can within our existing budget. And apart from the European Commission, our largest donor, our historical donors have been Japan, Denmark, Republic of Korea, Canada, Norway, the US, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, UK, Italy, Spain, Austria, Finland, and Ireland. And out of these, we have active pledges from Japan, Denmark, Republic of Korea, Canada, Germany, Sweden, and Austria. So thank you very much. And as Christopher mentioned at the September Advisory Board meeting, and also made very clear in just follow-up remarks, until the future hosting arrangement has been decided upon, it is difficult to secure new commitments.
So once the new host, once we know who the new host is, fundraising for the fourth program work would need to be a priority for the next year. So under Strategic Action 2, enhance and diversify engagement with development financing sources and international financial institutions. This has been a key priority for the CTCN in the last year. Sorry. How to strengthen collaboration with MDBs and our colleague Tomo, who's at Climate Weeks now, actually has been spearheading this. So you've all heard about the wonderful news about the KCB and how it's using a CTCN concept node to scale up. And this is really where we see the CTCN, right? So this is a great example. The CTCN is an enabling entity leading to a larger bilateral program. With the Asia Development Bank, there are ongoing discussions on potential scale-up of an ongoing TA in Tajikistan. With AIIB, we also have ongoing discussions on several avenues, but for TA scale-up in particular, we are discussing with them a completed TA on green hydrogen in Thailand, as the AIIB has just recently become a GCF-accredited entity. We also have ongoing conversations with the Bank of China around potential scale-up of TAs in Asia and Central Asia. It continues with the new development bank, and many thanks to our chair for alerting us to this potential lead. We had a really good meeting last week where we are going to have a follow-up meeting specifically on post-TA scale-up opportunities in the country of Bangladesh. We have revived our conversation with the Eurasia Development Bank and are looking at particularly conversations around the scale-up of an ongoing TA in Uzbekistan in the WEF sector. With the Global Green Growth Institute, there are also ongoing conversations around a roadmap for NDCs of Pakistan. With the Korean Development Bank, we are also having a conversation around Central Asia. And with the Korean Ministry of Science and ICT, as you can see here, conversations around a Papua New Guinea pre-feasibility study on ocean energy. So as you can see, just from the amount of items here, there's a lot of conversations here in this Strategic Action 2. Now, Strategic Action 3, this is where, I, in my line of work, have to face a lot of rejections. No, we do a lot of outreach with different philanthropies and private sector, where we identify where we could potentially partner together. So there's a lot of ongoing conversations, but tangibly, there hasn't been much yet. As we mentioned also on Monday, it takes a very, very long time to open relationships with new potential partners. The one exception is, as you can see here on the slide, with the Novo Nordisk Foundation and the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, or CIMMYT in Spanish. We have just on Friday, this Friday, had a concept note that has been handed over to the Novo Nordisk Foundation for what they call a CEO grant. This is a grant that is under $750,000, but with a very short timeline for approval. So we are, fingers crossed, knocking on wood, hoping that this will be approved before the summer so that we can have some positive news to share with you in September. And this is on a very exciting area. So it's agricultural mitigation, which is an underserved area in general. So we're quite excited about it. And our CIMMYT colleague Victor was here the advisory board in September, and gave a presentation on the technology itself. So I will not go into further details here. But we are quite excited about this one. So please watch this space. This is the opportunity now also to thank our strong advisory board, which is really very engaged when it comes to resource mobilization. As mentioned, we have the very active Resource Mobilization Task Force group. We're also always welcoming new members, so please, if you're interested, let Angela and myself know. We have a very active chair. Thank you, Stephen, for always sending us potential leads, which we always follow up on and are quite excited about whenever you identify something for us. And here also, I think Sweden has also been very, very active in this space, and we are ever since we had the Business Sweden matchmaking engagement at COP, which has also shaped how we look at matchmaking with the private-public partnership angle. So thank you very much to Sweden. And I just also want to mention here that comms materials remain available to all AB members, just for this particular purpose. And this is a new area, as you know, and I think we also mentioned this quite a lot at following the director's presentation on Monday. So just to highlight again, because this is a space we are looking at specifically after Belém, and just to highlight that in CTCM we don't have a formula yet. We're seeing what works. And it's very individually tailored to the country's needs and opportunities. We have mentioned, and you can see here in the picture also, the climate matchmaking through technology, where we had 2 events with the Swedish Energy Agency and Business Sweden last year, and we're hoping to scale that up this year. We're also having a webinar with Denmark's State of Green. Sorry, these are all public-private partnership entities, and we are also looking at them being a speaker at the Eastern Europe NDE Forum in the space of climate finances, with Canada's Trade Commissioner, as mentioned, and thank you very, very much to Canada's Advisory Board member to making this introduction. We're also discussing potentially how Canadian clean tech companies could take a larger or could work more with us, and the same with UK's East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce. The only thing I want to mention here is that these engagements, just from an M&E point of view, are very hard to monitor. So we will not be able to specifically see which of our engagements or which of our efforts here will come into fruition unless it's really a very clear match. So just to highlight that. And moving on to post-TA scale-up, which is also a very exciting area. This has also been a strong focus. And here, this is also really an effort that is made by the entire team, because I think the TA teams in particular, when it comes to post-TA scale-up, they have that outreach and those connections, particularly with post-TA scale-ups. But we have also started to submit calls for proposals. So here in particular, you can see the Mitigation Action Facility call for proposal, where we submitted a call on SF6. And we have also on Friday submitted a call for proposal to the China Global Development Fund, together with UNEP CCC, on a scale-up potential in Nigeria. And thank you also to the Nigerian Advisory Board member who helped facilitate that. But here also the competition is very stiff. So just to mention that the MAF, the current MAF call for proposal had over 800 applicants. So it is a big space with a lot of competition. And I think that ends my presentation. I would like now to hand over to Angela. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, the board, to enable us to present the results of the task force work. So, as you all know, it's on us also to support resource mobilization of CTCN. And we have a strategy in place. And one of the aims of the Resource Mobilization Task Force is to support this strategy. So what we have been doing is not only via the AB members that are already engaging with the Resource Mobilization Task Force, but as we have been having bilaterals on also how can we enhance the current efforts of the team on resource mobilization. What I'm going to present is one of the results of the task force work so far. So one thing that we thought it was important was to segment stakeholders so we can understand which kind of stakeholders could mobilize resources for CTCN, when, how, and depending on the stakeholder, the approach strategy is different. So what we developed so far, and please be aware that this is always open for feedback, and more AB members are always welcome to join the Resource Mobilization Task Force. So this is the segment you have on the screen that we have of the stakeholders so far. So we understand that, for example, one kind of stakeholder that could mobilize resources for us is public and multilateral funders. And the second one is financial institutions. As per Julia's presentation, you saw, we have been engaging with lots of banks and we have submitting lots of requests, and that's the kind of stakeholder that can actually support us. We also have philanthropic capital, for example, the Novo Nordisk Foundation that Julia mentioned, so that's a different approach to mobilize resources. We have non-profit and network-based actors like mission-driven organizations, fundraising capacities, and of course, private sector corporations. So that's the segmentation of the stakeholders. Just for your appreciation and for you to understand how we are approaching this, each stakeholder has a description, a coverage, the nature of the capital, the function for CTCN, and how also imagine the money flowing from this stakeholder to the CTCN. So just for you, for an example. So the private sector corporations that we have been discussing for a long time, and the AB, they are usually profit entities, companies in general, when it's the coverage of the stakeholder. The nature of the capital has to be something usually connected with the strategy of the company, usually connected with ESG purpose, or maybe reputation or brand, you know. And usually this kind of stakeholder will sponsor program or project expansion, very sectorial connection, so that the kind of request that we do is very specific. When we have, for example, public and multilateral funders, that's different. The description, for example, they are mandate-driven public finance institutions. The coverage is usually multilateral or regional or bilateral, so it's broader. And the nature of the capital, usually it's concessional, policy-driven, like predictable. We have usually a line there that we have to follow. And we see that as a potential institutional backbone for CTCN and a way to scale up the projects. So this is the details of the segmentation, and as a consequence of all of this work, we now can prioritize. We know that resources and the team is very limited. So this is the way we imagine priorities being taken. So our main priority will be to engage with public and multilateral funders, because that's where we imagine that most results could come for. It doesn't mean that we are not going to engage with others. It means that that's the line of priority. And that's the work we have been doing so far. We are going to follow up this idea of adaptation of the strategy that we have today, in line always to have more resource coming to the projects. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you, Julia, for these very important and critical presentations on the financial future of the Advisory Board. Members, our task in this agenda item is to discuss the information we've just heard and to provide guidance. So I'd like to open the floor now for first interventions from members and then observers. And maybe I'll open by just echoing the remarks that Julia made about the chair's participation and the tremendous job he's done in connecting and engaging with new potential sources of funding. Most of you wouldn't see a lot of this, but working with the chair and the secretariat, he has been very, very effective in canvassing and bringing on board these new potential channels, and it's been very productive in some instances. So I'd just like to echo those congratulations. And the chair is now encouraging me to move on, and he's observed that Sweden has an intervention. Please go ahead, Erland.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Julia and Angela, for those presentations, and thank you for all the hard work in trying to mobilize more financing and establishing partnerships. That's very much appreciated, and I recognize that it must be hard at this time, you know, in this limbo with the uncertainties of the hosting of the CTC and in the future, but so completely understand that, but urge you to still continue the hard work that I know that you're doing and try to continue working in this challenging time, of course. And then also, thank you so much for recognizing the Swedish events that we did last year. It was, I think, the first time that the CTCN did something of this kind with an NDE, and happy to see that others are also thinking of doing similar things. Denmark, Canada, and also the UK Chamber of Commerce of East Lancashire. So I urge also other NDEs from Annex 1 countries to do similar events as well. I think this is a great opportunity to really spread you know, innovative climate solutions from your countries abroad, where they can have much value and contribute to both climate mitigation adaptation efforts. So just to recognize that, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Sweden. Now we have Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Angela, for your presentation. I appreciate very much the way of thinking to reach the resource, like various kind of resource of mobilization. I want to know if the banks is among this categorization of reaching these resources, and especially not the regional banks or the national also banks, because they are now interesting to, for example, in Egypt, they are interested to move on with the SDGs, with the climate action, with the technology, with the adaptation, mitigation, and so on. So, yes, personally, I'd like to attend and chair in this task force in order to know the more ways to reach nationally and regionally and globally to help CTCN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. And now we have the Women's and Gender constituency.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you very much, Julia and Angela, for the presentation. as it's my first meeting as a AB members, it's very helpful to understand the process. And as you were speaking about the new host and the fact that you kind of have to wait for it to be decided to continue the process, I just wanted to know if we had information on when the host would be decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. And now we have the Green Climate Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Julia and Angela, for this very insightful presentation. Just wanted to provide maybe a short update and a suggestion with respect to some of the GCF projects and initiatives which were mentioned. The first one is really a flagship program, Glaciers to Farms, which was mentioned, which is a program for 3 countries of the Caucasus region, of all 5 Central Asian countries, and also in South Asia for Pakistan. The GCF part of this program has been already approved. So last year, the board approved 250 million in funding for this, highly concessional, most of which is in grants, which helped to unlock more than 3 billion from ADB. So we're working very closely with ADB colleagues on this program. And I think it's a very good example how a climate fund can work with an MDB to scale up at a much larger scale such interventions. And would be really interesting also to see how you're planning to cooperate with ADB on this, and we would be also happy to exchange experiences here. Also in terms of Tajikistan that you mentioned, we also had, again with ADB, a project on enhancing capabilities of the state meteorological hydromet service, which was also a very successful project that I believe has been completed. So again, in relation to the activity that you're planning there, we're happy to exchange experiences and see how we can collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, GCF. Now, Canada, Orly, please.
Thank you. I'd like to also echo our colleague from Sweden who mentioned that we recognize this is a very difficult time for fundraising. So there are many challenges, and I really appreciate your continued efforts to continue to press forward despite the circumstances and the uncertainties. One thing that has crossed my mind just having this presentation right after the communications presentation is that during this time where there is greater uncertainty about the hosting, and also we're going to have a new program of work soon, that communications is one of the things. Now that you're putting a huge amount of effort into communications can really be seen as the way to keep pushing forward on the foundation that's needed for resource mobilization. So even if it's difficult right now to ask for funding and ask for support, all of the communications that you're doing is setting the stage so that you can approach those partners once we have more certainty. So I'm just wondering if maybe in the communications approach there could be further thought, and I think you're already doing it, but further thought about targeting those stakeholders that you have listed in the slide that Angela showed. So it's kind of linking these two items very closely together. And the other comment I just wanted to make is that, following Sweden's very successful example of engaging their private sector, I think this is also a time where, and as we're going to try to do on our end in Canada, that even during time of uncertainty, it could be possible to press forward more easily with maybe some pro bono support or other types of engagement, at least while we wait for more certainty, as financial support is a little bit more difficult when you don't have certainty about the host and so on. So I think the matchmaking and scale up opportunities are maybe a good time to press forward with those. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Canada. We have a hand up online now from the European Union. Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Christian, and many thanks to Julia and Angela for this presentation. I also want to echo the points raised by Erland and Orly on the ongoing host selection process. also noting that it's a very challenging funding situation, both for national governments and companies. So I think it really speaks very well of your work and the work of the CTC, and the fact that we still have our finances in quite a good state, considering despite these challenges, but also the fact that you are powering ahead on these topics of resource mobilization really speaks well of the CTCN. So please continue to do this, is greatly appreciated. Also, taking the opportunity to connect to my the presentation we had on AFSIA as well with the Adaptation Fund, that this is also another example of where we're actually widening the donor base to also include more developed country parties. So that's also very positive, and I mean, really want to highlight the examples you mentioned on the post-TA scale up, including the proposal for MAF in Kenya, or also following up in Nigeria, because that really shows exactly where CTCN is enabling to unlock even greater projects and funding, which is exactly the kind of thing that we want to see, and promising to hear about these next steps on mobilizing resources with the private sector and philanthropy. So looking forward to hear more about that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Staying online, we have a hand up from Japan, please.
Thank you, Christian. I'd like to join everyone in commending this evolution of the resource mobilization plan. Thank you for the presentation from Julia and Angela. I particularly appreciated the presentation by Angela and how the resource mobilization team and the task force is sort of organizing and categorizing different stakeholders and potential partners. I think that's very efficient and effective way to think about how to engage with different types of stakeholders. I think that's very empowering the Citizen Secretariat in moving forward. So I wanted to say that I really appreciate and would like to encourage this direction. Also, just one question. I was wondering if there's sort of a list of TAs, especially completed TAs, that are sort of looking to have a next sort of step forward, next partner to scale it up. I understand that on CTCN's website, we can see a list of technical assistance projects, and I know that there are filter features as well, but there are older projects as well on there. And I understand that the Citizen Secretariat has been sort of following up with NDEs who more recently completed TAs and seeking next partners. I wonder if that kind of list could be made available to the AB members as well as maybe on the Citizen's website, so that when someone like Japan's NDE, when we try to think about how we can sort of contribute in finding potential partners, we can kind of have the list to show, potential partners. And I think that'll be an effective way for potential partners to think about what areas or what technologies, what themes can be explored. So I'm not asking the Secretariat to open all the files and make a compilation of lists. I wonder if that kind of information is already available somewhere, and then I just wonder if that could be made available to the members and on the website. So thank you.
Thank you, Karu. Next, we have Engo. Victor, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just wanted to report a little bit on activities that I've undertaken and trying to contribute to this effort as a member of the team. Although I was only on one call, felt like maybe they're, my expectation was that I might be drawn into a bit more, but that's maybe fortunately, unfortunately happened. For an NGO, we're also facing the need to raise our own money. And so one of the challenges to share is, colleagues asking, well, why are you raising money for this? So we need to be raising money for ourselves. So just to manage expectations going forward, that might be something other NGOs face, and maybe other constituencies face. But the idea of raising money from some of the state level funds, like particularly my state of California, real technology leader, the current context makes it difficult. It's an election year, there's a budget crisis, that Governor Newsom, who, everybody can see he wants to be president, he's challenging Trump, and so it could make sense for him to appear like an international climate champion, but it's been difficult to sort of penetrate some of the, what I'd say, like the people who can really access these pathways. And my main contact in the California Energy Fund has gone back to Australia, and I don't know how to get a hold of him. He's on all these equity fund boards and so on, and I just can't seem to track him down, but I can continue. I'm also trying to get a researcher for the summer to map some of the different funding sources in California, the Export Development Fund, the International Trade Fund, the different pieces of the budget that could possibly contribute, and like a political path to there, like who would be an elected official that could carry this, including the governor's office. So hopefully I might have something to share before my term ends in September. And hopefully the activity picks up over the summer, and I could leave you with something that's more useful there. And that could be a model for other US states as well. And I guess just to, I made the intervention before because it was in the context of the communications work. And I learned more at the break, some of the numbers that Anna shared with me, but importantly, the timeline that it started in 2025. And I don't know, I'd like to think that maybe had something to do with our sharing this with our members and getting our members to carry it. So maybe it's like appearing in more feeds of social media. But that's something that we can continue to do, and I hope other constituencies can do that as well, especially in some of the key capitals of the North where we really need the money to come from. Thanks.
Thank you, Ingo. Next, we have the Technology Executive Committee. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I would like to join the other members in congratulating the CTCN team on this really well thought out strategy and all the work you've done to implement it. Yeah, in particular, I found the analysis of what motivates the different stakeholders really interesting. And that's something we can all use to work on in the coming months. I would like to echo Oli's intervention about in the communication strategy, how do you target the potential financial partners? So that would then come added on to the suggestion I made earlier on of in the communication strategy, how do you delimit your policymaker targets? Yeah, I'd also like to echo Lydia's intervention about the potential of mobilizing banks in the countries that the TAs are carried out in. So I'd be interested in finding out more about that. And as well as the banks in the countries where the technical assistance is carried out, maybe more information on how you're working with national development banks. So I saw yesterday that you've managed to mobilize the French Development Bank. So in general, is that, you think, a promising way ahead? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think we can now move on to observers. and we have a couple online. First, it is Marta at Imperial College London.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm pleased to speak again on behalf of Imperial College London and the Ringhead constituency. Apologies for the background noise during my previous intervention. It's the middle of the night where I am and I was interrupted. We thank the Secretariat for the update on CTCN's growing engagement with other multilateral climate technology partners. We note other opportunities to deepen collaboration with, if these have not been considered already, such as the Global Infrastructure Facility, a G20-supported platform launched in 2014 that brings together governments, multilateral development banks, and private sector partners to prepare and structure sustainable bankable technology infrastructure projects. In addition, World Bank-supported climate innovation centres in 8 party states, including Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, and Vietnam, support climate entrepreneurs and link technology-inclusive development with effective deployment in developing countries and emerging economies. Another potential partner option there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Next, we have the East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce. Professor Barker, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. It's nice to be with you again today. Thank you very much today for the updates on the communications and the project and the task force. It's all really good work going in the right direction, I think. And it's been very helpful to see the really good example set by Sweden on the matchmaking events. And thank you to Julia for the support and the collaboration on what we're trying to build together. Our plan in development with Julia is to do something which leads towards an event at COP, where we've brought, we hope, our delegation of small low carbon innovators with us as usual, to have a chance to have them sit down and do a roundtable with NDEs so they can really brainstorm and understand the kind of challenges that are being faced and the things that will be helpful to develop with the CTCN and the support there. And also, we do want to try and play whatever role we can in bringing the private sector philanthropists to support the CTCN's work. So thank you all.
Thank you, Miranda. And I see the Vice Chair of the TEC has a flag up. Is that still up, Celine? Okay. So I think with that we have concluded the interventions. So thank you everyone for your insights and reflections on this matter. As mentioned, the Secretariat continues to facilitate the work of the Resource Mobilisation and Partnership Task Force, and all of your views and interventions will be taken into account. Regarding the membership of the task force, I would like to strongly invite both new and existing advisory members to consider joining. It's a critical part of the work of the advisory board, and the more members we can get on board, the better. So that would be much appreciated. And moving on now to agenda item 25.2, which is the CTCN's engagement with other climate technology initiatives. Sorry, I must consult with it. I apologise, I have some responses now from the Secretariat.
Thank you so much. No, it's more, I unfortunately have the memory span of a goldfish, so it's good if I take the questions now before the other presentation. So thank you for all the inputs and feedback. Just a few things I would like to answer now on my end or clarify. Thank you again, Sweden, actually, to highlight that this is the first time the CTCN has done something with an NDE. So this has, set the benchmark for future engagements at similar scale, and we look forward to that. Answering Egypt on if the national banks are part of the resource mobilization partnerships efforts, indeed they are. And it's a really interesting avenue to explore as well. And this is particularly at the level of post-TA scale-ups. So it's here our technical experts who work on TAs are the focal points for this as well, as it links directly to the technical assistances. On the question from the Women and Gender constituency on information when the new host is available, I would like to defer to our UNFCCC colleague if he can answer that one. Do you want to answer it now? I'll hand over to you. No? Yes? Or the chair?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to provide some information on that. So the matter of the selection of the new host of the Climate Technology Center is on the agenda of the next UN Climate Change Conference, which will be held in Bonn, Germany from 8 to 18 of June.
Thank you so much for that, and apologies for not going through the chair first. On GCF, on your inputs, it's great that we have so many different avenues that where we can really share these experiences, and we are continuously connecting. So this is a good space to continue discussing. For Canada, on the very targeted comms for these different stakeholders that Angela as well mentioned in her presentation. This is indeed a really good opportunity to do so. And thank you for also indicating that pro bono engagements and matchmaking activities and post-TA scale-up, that we should really see these as a bridging opportunity while we have this time where we are waiting for the new host arrangements. So we will, we will focus our activities on this, and also with comms and my colleagues Anna and Isabel are working on that. But thank you again. On the EC's comments and connecting it to AFCIA, most of the post-TA scale-up opportunities we've identified have come from AFCIA or from the EC program, and that has been because there has been a really strengthened priority to focus on matchmaking and post-TA scale-up, and we've had these opportunities also with the help from the EC to connect with the various delegations in the countries where a TA is taking place, and that has really been invaluable and has also resulted in several quite tangible unlockings of funding at national level. And this is also something we are looking at replicating on a global level with these matchmaking activities, and that we're looking at at the CTCN Secretariat. But indeed, AFCIA and the EC programs really are shaping that conversation on the ground at a country level. Thank you to Japan, and I agree that Angela gave a very good presentation on the different what the different stakeholders are looking at, and we look forward to continue that conversation and engaging further on that. On the question of if a list of post-TA scale-up opportunities can be made available, we have started building a post-TA scale-up database, and that can be shared upon request, and we would be very happy to facilitate that. So please get in touch with us if you want that information. We're very happy to share that. On the ENGO, very appreciative of your offer to share that funding map within California. That would obviously be very helpful, and we are looking at state level funds as well. It's just a question also of capacities, as we have quite limited capacities, but obviously any lead we receive, we are very, very thankful for. Again, also just quickly mentioning here that the current chair has been really good at sharing these leads with us as well, which has really enabled a lot of great conversations. I think tech co-chairs' questions have also been answered. Yeah, and thank you so much to the Imperial College for your inputs. I'm wondering if you could also share this if you want to in writing, so I can have a look at the inputs you shared. Thank you so much. And to the East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce, and we really do look forward to a roundtable engagement with companies and NDEs and connecting on that. So we look forward to engaging. I think that has answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the Secretary. Oh, we have a flag up from Ingo. Victor.
Just one idea I'm reminded of now, I forgot it earlier, is it would be great to know if any of you, particularly from developing countries, are going to the US or traveling to Washington or anywhere near there. So we could coordinate to somehow get you meetings with members of Congress or their staff who are on some of these key committees that allocate the funding. You know, we need to develop some direct relationships with the legislators, right? The thing about the US is like Congress does control the money. And so just relying on the State Department diplomats to deliver isn't enough, obviously. So longer term, if you're traveling through, please let us know. We'll try to coordinate. There's the Congressional Black Caucus. There's the Hispanic Caucus. It's like there are many different formations within the members of Congress who can help. You know, they need to understand these things and hear from you directly about the importance of these funds. So for the future, please, there's an invitation. We'll try to act on it.
Thank you, Victor, for striving to retain that connection with the United States. Very valuable. I apologise for skipping ahead prior to this, before we had the responses, but thank you to the Secretariat. And now we can move on to 25.2, CTCN engagement with other climate technology initiatives. Now, the Advisory Board's role here is to take note of the information provided. Under this item, the Secretariat will provide a brief update on the Climate Technology Centre and Network's growing engagement across the global climate technology ecosystem. The presentation will highlight recent participation in key meetings and events, emerging areas of collaboration, and ongoing efforts to position the CTCN as a central node within this ecosystem. With that, I invite Julia from the Secretariat to introduce this item. Please, Julia, you have the floor again.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the Chair for suggesting this agenda item to showcase that the CTCN's resource mobilization and partnerships definition is wider than just traditional partnerships that have funding attached to them, but that the CTCN is also really actively working on establishing partnerships that enhance the CTCN across its mandate and work streams also on technical levels. So it's hard to showcase how much work the CTCN puts into RMP across the board, as this is also something the entire team works on. So here is an opportunity to at least highlight some of the collaborations or conversations we are having. So these are some of the climate initiatives that the CTCN is in collaboration with. You're well familiar with our partnership with UNEP, the Adaptation Fund, GCF, GEF, the Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action, and VIPO. So I won't go into those other than to say that these are very close partnerships. The CTCN has also been working with the Global Cement and Concrete Association in building up its concrete and cement initiative in Africa, and relies on its global standards as a world leader in this arena. The Circular Economy Coalition has been very involved in the multi-country TA on circular economy finance for MSMEs and in the circular economy categorization system, as this is the flagship project of that, or product of that TA. You heard from the Global Digital Goods Alliance on Friday. Furthermore, the CTCN has worked with the Global Alliance for Buildings and Constructions, or Global ABC, on a green buildings TA in Ghana, where the Global ABC contributed with $210,000. And we also have a very successful partnership with SeedStars on the Climate Youth Programme and with the Breakthrough Agenda on Cement and Concrete. And here we want to thank Canada for facilitating that partnership, which has introduced the CTCN to a much wider platform. And here on climate initiatives, the CTCN is exploring collaboration with The CTCN has received a lot of requests on early warning systems, and there's an effort to streamline these systems and connect with global momentum. So a lot of the conversation with the UNDRR, the Delta Data Model, and GeoGlam has been around that. With Business Sweden and the State of Green, as you have heard, as they are public-private partnership entities, we are discussing matchmaking and other opportunities to collaborate. And with Climate KIC, as a European Climate Innovation Agency, we have engaged on a number of occasions and will continue doing so. And as also mentioned in the previous presentation, we have started submitting calls for proposals and have done so both for the Mitigation Action Facility and for the Global Development Fund of China. And that is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, for that update. I now open the floor for comments and reflections from advisory board members and observers. And we have Egypt first. Please, Lydia.
Thank you, Julia. What is the plan for the other engagement with other initiatives in the next period of time, maybe the next year or the after? Thank you.
And I don't see any other flags up. Oh, we have Canada.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Julia, for that presentation. I think it is really, really important to see all this work with other organizations, and it's been something that we've been talking about for years in terms of making sure that the CTCN has these linkages and can leverage the work of others, you know, reduce duplication and so on. I do remember quite a few years ago, the CTCN did come to Canada to attend a clean energy ministerial meeting, and that was really, really significant and important way for the CTCN to connect with a lot of other stakeholders that wouldn't necessarily come across the CTCN. I'm just wondering if there's still, I know there's limited resources and so on, but if there's still consideration of attending these kind of very large fora, you know, such as the Clean Energy Ministerial or other, you know, large multinational energy fora. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Canada. And we don't see any more flags, so I'm going to pass back to the Secretariat for some responses.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So answering Egypt. So this also very much depends on our future program work, how we take initiatives forward as well. And for Canada, I think we also have to draw it with attending for us. I think we also have to make sure that our engagements are strategic and that we aren't, that we can make our presentations or being present there, that they lead to something. So if it's very large fora and we don't have a specific engagement ahead of time, we would probably prioritize fora where we either have speaking engagements or where we have a clear networking engagement in place. But in general, of course, yes, we are, one of the key things we've been doing last year as well is to connect with non-traditional platforms or platforms where we wouldn't normally go to. So for instance, we attended a sustainability conference at the Bank of China's London office, and we explored the potential of going to the Stockholm Water Week and things like that. But I think also if you come across any events where you think it would make sense for us to attend, we would be very happy to also look at that. Ariesta, did you want to? I'm handing over to Ariesta.
I just want to add also, we start looking into the, thank you, by the way, Orly, for that, and we will be happy to look into that to see if we can find further opportunities to engage in the context of Clean Energy Ministerial, because they're also active, for example, in the UNFCCC process context, so there is a more synergy that we can build there. But also we're looking into the former partnership or collaboration that we have, for example, with the GISTIC where it's actually a group of very solid academia and a consortium, universities, and they're very strong on SDG as well. We are just reconnecting again. The CTCN used to be quite active, and this is like identifying a good partner for a certain things where the CTCN currently is not doing much. For example, twinning arrangements and there are so many things that under the new mandates particularly. But we're happy also that board members help us to connect with the different initiatives like this, and then we will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And with that, I think we can move on to the last session before lunch, and this is any other business, so agenda item 26. So, colleagues, now we have opportunity to open the floor for any other business or comments or interventions you'd like to make. And I see first we have a flag up from Sweden.
Thank you very much. So I would like to bring up blended finance, and specifically blending climate finance and carbon finance. So I learned at COP in one of the CTCN events that there's one network member implementing a technical assistance request that, in addition to receiving climate finance through the CTCN, is also receiving some revenue from selling carbon credits. And I think, generally speaking, I think this is great. I think that this approach has huge potential, and it can mobilize additional finance and be a catalytic tool. But there's also this kind of financial arrangement is also associated with challenges. I work at the Swedish Energy Agency in Sweden, and we are in charge of Sweden's program for Article 6 under the Paris Agreement, so carbon trading between countries. This topic of blending carbon finance and climate finance is something that we think of all the time, daily. It comes across in our work all the time. Why is this challenging? Because there's the risk of having double counting or double claiming of mitigation outcomes when you mix these different kinds of financing. And so when you have this type of financial arrangement with both carbon finance and climate finance, it's important that you carry out a so-called attribution analysis, where you attribute the mitigation outcomes that originate from climate finance and the ones that originate from carbon finance. If we don't make such an analysis, there is a risk that climate finance from developed countries, challenged through the CTCN or other organizations, may subsidize carbon credits. And these carbon credits may ultimately be used by buyers to offset their emissions and meet their climate targets. And that is not the intention of climate finance. We should not subsidize carbon credits from buyers in developed countries. That's not the intention of the climate finance. So this topic has become even more relevant in recent years as carbon under Article 6 is on the rise and taking off. So I just wanted to highlight this challenge and also this opportunity of mixing these different types of finances. And also like to add that, so at the Swedish Energy Agency where I work, we have commissioned a report on this study, one of the very few that exist. So I'd be happy to share this also with the CTCN Secretariat. And I would like to ask you two things. So do you know how common this type of financial arrangement is within the CTCN portfolio currently and also going back historically? And also like to ask you if there is currently any policy on blended finance at the moment within the CTCN. Thank you very much.
And we have a flag up from Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. You changed up the agenda. It's okay. Okay. I highly appreciate and I request with brief about the evaluation panel of hosting CTCN, and with the presence of UNFCCC Secretariat here. Can we show the timeline, for example, of this issue of this matter? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia. And with no more flags up, and I don't see anyone online, I'm going to hand over to the Secretariat for some responses.
Thank you, Sweden. You have a couple of questions here. How common this arrangement within CTCN portfolio? It is not common at all. So far, NDEs are asking, or a very limited number of NDEs are asking if CTCN is actually supporting technical assistance on carbon credits. And we would answer to them that we would like actually to bring to this board attention. We have not have experience on this, as well as there is currently there is no policy on the blended finance for CTCN. But as we understand that this is actually the directions in the future for almost any project, particularly not at the CTCN technical assistance scale, but more on the scale-up side. Blended finance is quite common, and we saw that also with the KCB, for example. Then I think at some point of time, I think we would like to get guidance from the board on how, well, not so much perhaps on the policy on the blended finance, but rather of the boundaries where the CTCN work, especially on the context of the scale-up financing, where we can work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director. And with that, I believe we can now close. Oh, wait, we have another flag from Sweden, please.
Sorry to come back to this, just to thank Ariesta for the response given, and perhaps suggest that we can come back to this topic at a later meeting. Not necessarily the next meeting, but in the future. I mean, perhaps we could develop a policy on this as part of the next program of work, for instance. So just to flag that I would like to come back to this topic at some time, but not necessarily already at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Sweden. The Secretariat's taken note. And a flag up from Canada.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to jump in really quickly, that a lot of what Erland from Sweden said makes a lot of sense to me, so I would support having a discussion coming back to this some point in the future. Just wanted to express support for that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. And we'll take that as a comment, and I think now with the completion of that agenda item, we can move on to lunch. So it's now 12:11, excuse me, and I would propose that we try and get back here to the coffee station outside by about 1:05, so we can be in the room within the hour. So yeah, please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here. Oh, I'm sorry, flag up from Egypt.
I would like to highlight that I requested to discuss the timeline in brief about the panel of the hosts. Thank you.
You're very right, Egypt. Just give us a moment to consult.
So thank you very much, Egypt. As you know, the CTCN Secretariat has no role in that process. The UNFCCC is in the room. If they wish to provide any further guidance, they're very happy to, but this information is, of course, provided to panel members by email, including very recently, so that information is already at the disposal of panel members, but if you request further information, I'm sure the Secretariat could individually would be very helpful, yes. So maybe if that can be taken offline, that would assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And Now, yes, please enjoy your lunch and let's try and be back here. Oh, Sweden, yes, you have an intervention.
Sorry, just to highlight that there's a speaker online also wishing to take the floor.
And we have Brussels. Hello, Christopher. It's the European Union.
Thank you very much, Christian. Sorry to stand between you and lunch. No, but just to come back to the point on blended finance, that fully agree with Sweden and Canada. I think it would be really good if we could come back to this at the next AB meeting, even as a separate sub-agenda item or something like that, but leaving that up to the chairs. Because I think this is the case for one of the solar cooker projects, TAs, that's been supported by the CTCN. So I think it would be very good if the Secretariat could follow up in what way that carbon credits were used in this project, if nothing else, as a learning opportunity for the CTCN for the future. Because as Ariesta mentioned, that now with operationalization of Article 6, that this is something that is going to be even more important in the future. But really, this is extremely important for developing countries to be able to ensure that the climate finance, the public climate finance that is provided by developed countries is going to the benefit of the developing countries, so that there is no risk that the public climate finance that we provide ends up subsidizing companies buying cheaper credits. Like that's not the point of our public climate finance. And that's why it's so important to have these kind of methodologies and attribution analyses to make sure that what is supported through private finance from companies, that they are paying for their part, and that the public climate finance that we provide as donor countries is really supporting the developing countries, because we don't want there to be a double counting or double claiming of the mitigation outcomes, because that's really not the purpose of public climate finance. So please do follow up on this, and happy to address this in a future AB meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. And with that, I believe we can now break for lunch. I'm going to try and stick to the original schedule that I said to let's try and be back at the coffee station outside at past 5, and we can get through the final session this afternoon. So enjoy your lunch.
calling.
It's held in Canada or somewhere near in those apartments.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're just waiting for a number of other colleagues to join us, so hopefully we can get started quite soon, but not just yet. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us after lunch. So we have what we anticipate to be a relatively short afternoon session today. And we turn to agenda item 27.1, the election of the new chair and vice chair of the advisory board. So to draw your attention to decision 25/CP19 Annex 2 concerning the election process in the rules of procedure. Following the guidance provided by COP decisions related to the chair and the vice chair of the AB shall annually elect a chair and a vice chair for amongst government members for a term of 1 year each. In the situation that the vice chair is unable to assume the role of chair, it has been advised to proceed with the election of a chair at the end of this meeting and to also elect a new vice chair at the same meeting. So we are proceeding on the basis of that advice. Therefore, the AB should now elect a new chair from amongst the non-Annex 1 party members and a vice chair from amongst the Annex 1 party members. So the election, of course, should take into account the remaining term of office of the members being considered for re-election, for election, I should say. That being the case, and beginning with the election for the chair, I would like to call for a nomination or nominations of a candidate for chair of the AB. So if you have a nomination, please raise your flag. Egypt, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the election of chair. We nominate New Guinea-Bissau to Christian to this position. We are depending on the progress of the next period. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Christian, are you? Oh, I see Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the nomination of the chair of a citizen, we nominate Mrs. Kitty. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso. So I hear two nominees. First, I would like to turn to Christian to understand your availability or otherwise.
Thank you, Chair. As this is my last meeting, I will not be able to continue as chair. So I thank NA1 for their confidence in me, and I am withdrawing my nomination as chair, and I would like to endorse Kiraven Varasanatsi from Georgia.
Thank you very much, Christian, for clarifying the situation. So we have one nominee, the member for Georgia. Are members of the advisory board in consensus? Is there a consensus for this nomination? Seeing no further requests for the floor, congratulations, Ketavan. So I will call upon our incoming chair to make some remarks, but before that I'd like to proceed to the election of the new vice chair. So colleagues, it is of course the same procedure, but now we are calling for a nominee from the Annex 1 members to serve as the new vice chair of the advisory board. So if you have a nomination to make, please raise your flag. I see Canada.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure on behalf of the Annex 1 to nominate Ms. Kaoru Yamaguchi from Japan as Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Is the AB in agreement? Is there a consensus for this nomination? Seeing no further requests from the floor, I'm delighted to confirm the election of Japan as the incoming Vice Chair of the AB. Congratulations. So now let me turn the floor to the representative of Georgia, please.
So I will admit this is not how I expected this AB meeting to unfold and end, but here we are. So I came here and I didn't really know that I would end up being a chair of AB, but here we are. So I'm grateful for the trust placed in me by this board, and I'm particularly grateful for the support from non-Annex 1 parties. I've heard so many nice and kind and warm words these days, and my heart is full of warmth. And so I'm going to use this high vibration energy to do some good. And about the spirit, so I would like to continue with the same spirit of collaboration, cooperation, and constant improvement that also was mentioned. So thank you, and yeah, let's do it.
Thank you. And let's now go online to Kauru if you'd like to make some remarks.
Thank you very much for this nomination. I'm very humbled to take this role. As we all know, CTCN is going through potentially a lot of changes in the coming year, potential change of hosting arrangement, the independent review and the consideration of program of work. But of course, I trust that I can rely on everyone's support and input. So yes, a lot of work ahead, which gives me just a little bit of anxiety, but looking forward to working with everybody, all the AB members, the CTCN Secretariat, and of course the tech chair and vice chair, and of course the new chair, Kedevan. I look forward to working with everyone, of course, and also double female chairs, which it shouldn't be something that we should congratulate ourselves, but I don't know if has ever happened in CTCN, so I think we can pat ourselves on the back a little bit for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kauru. And can I, just in a personal capacity, welcome the new leadership? I think these are two colleagues that we all know very well. Ketevan, as the incoming chair, has been such an advocate, of course, first for your constituency, but also for the AB, for climate technology, for the non-Annex 1 parties. I have to say that as a very near neighbour, I'm delighted to be handing the chairing over to an Eastern European member, which is also a wonderful milestone for our process as well. Kauru, of course, a long-term colleague, both in the negotiations and in the technology mechanism, someone also with practical as well as negotiating experience, I'm sure will do a fantastic job. Christian, do you have anything to add?
Chair, I have some remarks that I prepared, and if you just indulge me, and I'll make a little statement. I joined this board many years ago at AB19, and the storm then was a pandemic. The storm now is a different type of energy shock from a faraway strait, and it's really affecting the energy and climate patterns all around the world. The ancient Greeks left us with the story of Jason and the Argo. It had 50 rowers and one ship crossing waters that no one had been through before. What I take from this is that a long voyage is not carried by the captain alone, but it is carried by the crew. When I came aboard the ship of the CTCN, the Joint Work Programme 2023-27 was being scoped, and we implemented it across this term. The tech and the CTCN are no longer duplicating and no longer drifting. That work has produced our map forward, and it gives us guidance going ahead. In November at Belém, the COP adopted the Technology Implementation Programme, or BTIP. For my constituency, the paragraph that mattered was paragraph 6, the first time that SIDS, LDCs, Indigenous knowledge and local communities appear not in the preamble, but operating principles of the technology program. That language did not write itself. Many of you in this room wrote it and have implemented its guidance. And we've also backed the AI for Climate Action initiative, not because AI is fashionable, but because if this technology wave is going to reach small islands and least developed countries, it will not reach them by accident. It will reach them because bodies like the one in this room have made it happen. In the voyage of the Argo, Jason's crew came back with a golden fleece. We come back in our own travels with many fleeces, among them the Technology Implementation Program, the Joint Work Program, and the AI for Climate Action. None of them have finished the work, but all of them have made the next voyage possible. To my colleagues from Annex 1, thank you for the times you tested my ideas and suggestions in good faith. The alternating views in this room are the substance of our work, not the obstacle to it. To my colleagues from non-Annex 1, the coalition that we've built across our diverse constituencies was never a given, but we make it happen meeting by meeting. To the Secretariat, thank you for the unceasing technical support, but you gave us more than briefing notes and procedural memory. Anyone who's sat through 4-day meetings in airless rooms knows the difference between a Secretariat that hands you a document and one that hands it to you with a look that says, "We've got you." You were the second kind. The warmth and the kindness you bring makes a difficult job easier and more human. Stephen, Jason led Diago through the clashing rocks. You have led us through difficult straits in a geopolitical environment that no one saw coming. I appreciate the generosity and guidance you always had to spare, which is rarer in this process than it should be. Despite coming from opposite ends of the world, we surprisingly discovered a common approach that ensured we could confront every task with clarity and coordination. I'm going to miss working beside you. Now the Vice Chair role passes to Kauru and the Chair to Keravan. Along with Ariesta, our Director, this leaves the CTCN in the hands of 3 capable individuals, but coincidentally makes it a matriarchy, distinguishing the CTCN in a way that is still too rare within the UNFCCC. My home, Papua New Guinea, famously has over 800 languages. In Tokpesin, our universal way of communication, we have a word, one talk, literally one talk. The people to whom you owe obligation because you share a language. Jason's crew were one talks, and this board has been a one talk to me. A strange one because we did not share a language when we started, but through our work together, we've built one. For the constituency that sent me here, SIDS, now capably represented by Gion, technology transfer is not a talking point. It's critical to preserving the coral reefs and food gardens of our descendants. It is whether the grandchildren of the people who sent me here inherit the islands we grew up on. We do not have the luxury of being wrong about this. I hand over the oar to Kauru and to Keravan and to whoever rows next. The swell is no kinder than it was when I joined the AB, but the ship, thanks to all of you, is not the same ship. Thank you.
Extremely well said, Christian. A wonderful set of comments. And if you'll indulge me, colleagues, I will also make a few remarks, less eloquent, but equally heartfelt, I trust, as your outgoing chair. My first comment is simply to say thank you. Thank you to everyone in this room and joining us online for being part of one big team, rowing together, everyone according to their role function. I think if we look at the advisory board members, the Secretariat, and our various important trusted partners, the TEC, the UNFCCC Secretariat, the funds, the observers, and we've got the best observers joining us in the middle of the night from London to Lancaster, our members likewise joining in the middle of the night. I think we have all tried to fulfill the mission of the CTCN. And what we have demonstrated, not just in these 2 years, but throughout the life of the CTCN, is that the path of multilateralism, dialogue, mutual respect is the path that the world needs to follow, and today more than ever. And I'm so grateful for everyone who has contributed to this work, in many cases above and beyond the call of duty. I do want to mention just a few people by name. When I started as the Vice Chair, I was serving together with Mr. Fred Onduri, who was the Chair. Fred is something of an icon in this process. His commitment to the CTCN, the cause of climate technology, and of course the LDCs in particular, is second to none. And I just want to record my great debt of gratitude to Fred to be able to serve together. Christian, in a sense, it's already been said and better than I ever could. I could not have hoped for a more effective and hardworking and collaborative Vice Chair. Perhaps our co-chairing period did not exactly strike a blow for diversity, but I think was very much an effective experience and one that I will continue to treasure this opportunity to work together. Ariesta, we first worked together in the context of the TEC, of course, and I think the time that we have passed working together since you joined the CTCN has again been extremely productive. We've together made progress with everyone else in this room, but it has also been an absolute pleasure. And I think we're all very fortunate to have you in this role. And of course, the whole team of the CTCN both those in the room and those who are joining us online. So it has been 2 years of extraordinary progress for the CTCN in the most difficult global context that this institution has yet faced. We have been rowing into the wind, as it were, but I think we have certain runs on the board. I'm not going to go through them. They have been the subject of our meeting, but much done, but much more yet to be done. There is a lot of work ahead of us, and certainly in whatever capacity I will have, I will certainly contribute to that. To my AB colleagues, and particularly to my EU colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to serve as chair. It has been an absolute privilege. I close simply by wishing Ketevan, Kauru, Ariesta, and the whole team all the very best in this critical time ahead. The work is before us. Let's keep at it, and let's continue serving those who rely upon the CTCN and continue to demonstrate that when it comes to tackling the climate crisis, caring for our common home, building a future fair for all, the CTCN has a unique role to play. Thank you very much. I believe we will now move to the next agenda item, 27, the date and the venue of the next meeting. As was already noted during the joint session on Friday, the 33rd meeting of the TEC is proposed to be held from the 15th to the 17th of September 2026, the joint session of the TEC and the AB on the 18th of September, and the advisory board meeting from the 21st to the 23rd of September, and these meetings are all to take place in Bonn, in Germany. That is the proposal, which again was relayed during the joint session, but I do pause now to hear if there are any comments from members. I'm sorry, Victor. So the AB would be, first of all, the joint session would be on the 18th of September, and Friday, and the AB meeting proper would run from the 21st to the 23rd of September. So I do pause to see if there are any comments. Are there any requests online? No? Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, I take it that everyone is in agreement with that. So that concludes the final substantive item we had, and we move to item 28, which is the closure of the meeting. So we have now reached the end of the 27th Advisory Board meeting, a very productive one in many respects. I think we're all aware of what we've done in this time, so I'm not going to go through the list, but it has been, I think, a very productive meeting, and I do thank all of you as AB members and observers, those in the room and those online for your critical engagement, as well as, of course, Ariesta, the Secretariat, and everyone else who has contributed to making this meeting a success. So thank you, dear friends, and with that, I close the meeting. Thank you very much. And let us just turn to our director before we break up.
Thank you very much. Well, former chair now. It's been a pleasure. This is a message for both of you. We only have you as a couple for only 1 year, but it's been really great pleasure and fun, and then it's really nice combo, and I'm sure that a lot of my colleagues can also agree with me, especially Julia, that likes to have a fashion matchmaking with with Christian, right, in many occasions. But thank you very much for your guidance and for your leadership. I don't think that the CTCN can also thrive and continuously improve and continuously reaching out to different stakeholders without your help and your guidance. So it's really, we are here also still happy to discuss with you in other opportunities, but very much thank you for that. And I would like to also congratulate Ketevan and Kauru on behalf of the whole CTCN Secretariat. We stand ready to work together with you. So thank you so much.
Hello, Carol, if you're still there,
Yeah, I'm here.
can you turn on your camera? They might want to have a picture with you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. We will now disconnect the YouTube link.